Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
Hundreds and hundreds of stories have come out of the West concerning a phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. A masked rider whose heroic deeds have lived down through the years as a symbol of the courage and spirit of the wild and untamed West of old. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race down the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! Tonto's waiting for us near the border. We must hurry, old fellow, so stretch out those great legs of yours. Hi-yo, Silver!
Liquor smuggling had become a serious problem to the Border Patrol. The smugglers were too cunning to be captured, and though illegal liquor was known to be sold in the States, the source of supply could not be discovered. The first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama opens in a cafe whose owner was suspected of doing business with the smugglers. Steve Brady, a member of the Border Patrol sent to investigate, is standing against the bar.
I'm told you was asking for me personally, stranger.
That's right. Your name's Birkin, isn't it?
Yep,
You own this place?
that's right.
This ain't a bad grade of liquor you're selling here.
Best I can get.
I got something to tell you about that, Berkman. Suppose you step down to the end of the bar here where folks won't hear us talk.
You're downright mysterious, Acton. What's it about?
This way, so I can talk to you without 3 foot of bar between us.
All right, start talking. Where are you from and what's on your mind?
Where I'm from ain't of special interest. But if you feel something poking into your stomach hard, it's the muzzle of a 6-gun.
What's the big idea? Stick up?
No, 'tain't a stick-up, Flint. You're coming with me for questioning.
What do you mean?
Reckon you know what I mean. The liquor you're selling here has been brought over from south of the border.
I don't know where it comes from.
I ain't the man to tell that to, Flint. You gotta tell it to my bosses. I was ordered to come here, find out what brands of liquor you sold, and bring you in.
What the?
The dirty rats.
Who fired that shot? Close the doors of this place and don't let no one out.
The shot came from the door. We didn't see who fired it, but it's a cinch he's not here now.
Yeah, it come from outside someplace, mister.
Keep away from those doors. All of you.
You can't order us around that way.
I'm sheriff here. And if there's any orders to be given, I'll give them, stranger.
I'm giving the orders, Sheriff. My name is Brady, of the Border Patrol.
Brady?
Border Patrol.
You're another one of them critters that come up here to find out where smuggled liquor's coming from, huh?
That's right, Sheriff. This makes 2 men shot before they could tell. When we find the rats that are smuggling contraband liquor from the other side of the border, there's 2 murders for them to account for.
You're making a mistake, Brady, keeping folks inside here.
Yes?
I was with the boys right here by the door. I swear the shot come from outside.
Whoever fired it is a darn good shot, then.
Yeah.
That was a 6-gun killed Flint Berkman, and it drilled him perfect.
Whoever fired it is plenty far from here by now.
All the deputies report for duty. We're organizing a posse right away. We'll get the coyote.
Now, hold on.
Don't interfere with the law, Brady. Read the rules and regulations of the Border Patrol, and you will find you're overstepping your authority and interfering with justice if you hinder us in searching for the killer of Flint Berkman.
That's right. We're going out. But
Come on, stand aside. We're leaving here, and we're hunting for the killer of our part. Come on, boys.
The posse organized by the sheriff to hunt for Berkman's murderer was divided and sent out to search the surrounding country. The sheriff and a few of his deputies rode out together. After a night of riding, they came upon a lone camper known as Cactus Pete.
Whoa there, whoa there, boy. Keep your hands above your shoulders, mister.
What's this mean?
It means we're hunting a killer.
But doggone, mister, I ain't no killer. I'm Cactus Pete.
I don't care who you are. Where you from?
Shucks, I ain't from no place in particular. I just travel.
Pretty sizable gun you're carrying there.
Yeah. It ain't mine, though.
It ain't yours. Hand it over. Let me see it.
But, Sheriff,
I'll take the gun.
What did you say your name was?
Cactus Pete, they call me.
What's your real name?
Pete Hawkins.
Initials on this gun is T.W. That don't sound like Pete Hawkins to me.
I told you the gun wasn't mine.
Where'd you get it?
Oh, granted, if you're suspecting me of murder, you wouldn't believe me if I told you where I got it. I got it the same place I got these doggone oversized clothes I'm trying to wear.
where's that?
Some ornery coyote come up to my camp here while I was sleeping and woke me up jabbing this here 6-gun in my face.
That's a likely story.
Oh, drat you, Sheriff, it's the truth.
Then what?
He made me switch clothes with him. Took my guns. Left this shooting iron. I ain't even any cartridges for it.
I reckon we got the right man, Sheriff.
We'll take him in and see what he might know about Berkman's murder.
Who?
Berkman.
You don't mean Flint Berkman?
Oh, so you know him, huh?
I know a plenty about Flint Berkman.
Yeah?
A dirty crook. He's been living on borrowed time a long while.
Reckon that remark will be used again him, eh, Sheriff?
Used aplenty.
You can't prove I was nowheres near his cafe.
How do you know he was shot in the cafe?
I didn't, but I
That's
know...
another point again, you mister.
Look here. The only reason I figured he was shot in that cafe was because he's there most of the time. He lives upstairs, don't he?
Yeah, he does. You know all about him, don't you?
And you drilled him.
What'd you do it for?
What'd Berkman do to you?
Doggone, I didn't shoot him.
You know enough to warrant your arrest, and you lied about your name.
I did not lie. I'm Cactus Pete, I tell you.
How can you prove it?
Gosh,
What proof you got that your name's Pete Hawkins?
Sheriff, I reckon I ain't got no proof. Maybe you better take me to the jail, see what happens.
Cactus Pete was returned to town and lodged in jail. The sheriff convinced the townspeople that his prisoner was the murderer of Berkman, and sentiment ran high against Pete. There was talk even of lynching, but the sheriff stopped it.
There ain't to be no lynching, boys.
And I'm backing the sheriff. Any lynching mob that gets organized We'll have gun lead spread right into their midst, and we don't care who it hits.
Now go back to your homes, fellers. The law will take care of this matter.
Sheriff's right, fellas. Come on, let's get back.
Well, I reckon there won't be no more lynch talk.
You reckon not, Sheriff. That's a blame good thing. We have a lynching down here, it's a black mark again you.
Yeah.
And we'd likely have the U.S. Marshal down here, along with a lot of them Border Patrol men.
And that'd be a reflection on the way we handle law and order. Now stick on guard here.
I sure will, Sheriff.
I'm heading for home. It's been a busy day.
Instead of going to his home, Sheriff Perkins went to the edge of town where the shadows of huge boulders concealed Steve Brady. Brady, though a member of the Border Patrol, had betrayed his trust and was in the pay of the smugglers. We hear him as he greets the sheriff.
Took you long enough to get here. I've been waiting.
Come as fast as I could, Brady.
How's everything look?
It's working out all right. The prisoner will swing for murder as sure as my name's Perkins.
How much does he know?
Nothing.
You sure of that?
Dead sure. He don't know a blame thing.
Good enough. He'll have to face some questioning. Unless he can tell, the more guilty he'll seem to be.
Yep. It was sure a lucky thing he said what he did about Berkman. Give a motive for the murder.
Yeah, and Berkman had to die.
Well, I suppose he did.
Sooner or later, one of the other men from the patrol would get to questioning him. He was yellow enough to squeal.
He won't do no squealing now. But say, Steve, what about the real killer of Berkman?
Tad Walters?
He the one?
Sure. He does all the killing for our bunch. He got clear, then switched clothes with that hombre that says he's Cactus Pete.
Oh.
Now, here's what you gotta know. There was a shipment of liquor due to be brought across the border next week, but it's being held for a time.
Till things quiet down around here. Huh?
Yeah, there might be some strangers or the marshal here investigating that shooting. It's best to lay low for a time.
I reckon so.
Meanwhile, you keep the town quiet and see there's none of the smuggled liquor sold in the cafe.
I'll see to that. Is that all?
That's all.
And there's one thing I'd like to ask you, Brady.
Well?
Just who is the big boss of this gang?
As far as you're concerned, I'm the boss. Who gives me orders needn't concern you.
I savvy.
You just tend your job and see that the prisoner pays for the murder. Then the shooting's cleared up and there won't be no more heard from it.
You leaving this section now?
Not till after I've questioned the prisoner. I'll do that in the morning.
Uh-huh.
I gotta make a show of doing my duty as one of the Border Patrol. You'll be seeing me around tomorrow.
Brady, I've told you all I know. And every word I said is the truth.
Your story don't hold water. It's as full of holes as a sieve.
I can't help it if it don't sound true.
Pete, or whatever your name is, you admit knowing there's been smuggling going on.
Everyone knows it.
Oh, so you admit that?
Yeah.
And you was afraid Berkman would tell the names of those he bought liquor from, so you drilled him.
That ain't true.
Then why did you hate him so?
Because he sold that liquor. He and all the rats that work with him didn't give a hang about the folks around here. All they cared about was selling liquor that had been smuggled in. They didn't care how rotten that liquor was. They didn't care how many families they wrecked with it. They sold it to whoever'd buy it. It didn't matter if they was white men or Indians.
You seem to know a lot about it.
Look here, Brady. Don't the way I feel about it show you I wouldn't have no hand in it?
Makes me think you're a pretty good actor, that's what it does.
If I could give you any help, I'd do it. Even if it meant I'd hang. I'd most be willing to be proved one of the gang. If by so doing, it'd wipe the rest of him out.
Pretty brave speeches, but they ain't gonna save you from the noose. There ain't but one thing that'd save your neck.
Well?
Name the rest of the men that are in the gang.
Oh, I can't do it because I ain't in the gang. I don't know 'em. The gang's too clever for the law. There ain't but one power on earth I know of could clean them rats out.
And what might that be?
Oh, I mean the Lone Ranger. I don't know how he'd do it, but he sure as thunder would do it. If only the Lone Ranger knowed.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now on with our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that liquor smuggling was common along the border. Steve Brady, a dishonest member of the Border Patrol, was sent to investigate the situation. While he questioned Flint Berkman, who was suspected of selling illegal liquor, the cafe owner was shot and killed. The sheriff, another member of the smuggling gang, arrested Cactus Pete for the murder, though completely aware of his innocence. Now, as our second act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and Tonto riding toward town. They walk their horses, pausing frequently to permit Tonto to examine footprints on the ground.
That's the trail of Cactus Pete, all right, Tonto.
Him got patch on boot.
I remember it.
Him toe in like Injun.
Yes.
Step light on left foot.
His left leg is a bit stiff from an old wound.
Here where him stop. Oh, white feller. Oh. Make him camp here and,
Tonto, something happened here.
Other feller come on horse. Stop here. Get off horse. Here where Pete get on horse. Ride way.
Other men came here later.
Oh. Pete not ride horse. This not way him walk.
But those are his boots.
Other feller wear Pete's boot.
That accounts for it. Someone came here and forced Cactus Pete to change clothes with him. The stranger put on Pete's boots, then rode away.
Not right.
That can mean just one thing, Kimosabe. Someone who was dodging the law is riding away scot-free, while those other men who came here took Cactus Pete along with them. Tonto, one of us must follow the trail of the outlaw. The other must go to town and see how bad a spot our friend is in.
Me follow him trail.
To the north, and I'll head for town. Bring the outlaw back with you, Tonto.
Tonto, get him. Get him up, white feller.
Cactus Pete, held in jail awaiting trial, could see no hope for himself. He knew that Brady and the sheriff were determined to have him convicted as the murderer of Berkman. He knew also that the townspeople believed him guilty. Throughout the long hours of darkness, Pete had heard the steady footsteps of a guard as he paced back and forth outside.
Oh, there ain't but one man alive can help me. He'd know I wasn't guilty. He'd believe me. There ain't no telling where he's at. If only someone would believe my story. I might get out and hunt for the real killer, but they won't as long as they're so sure I'm guilty. Oh, wish I could get to sleep. Rat it. I'll need all my thinking for the trial. Hey, guard.
What do you want?
Come up to the window, won't you?
I'm close enough to hear you. What do you want?
Can't you stop that pacing for a time?
For what?
I can't sleep. You pace around like a caged lion, crunching your boots on the ground and...
You'll get a plenty sleep before long. Permanent sleep.
I should have known better than ask a favor of anyone in this town.
Yeah, you should have known better. Killers ain't privy to ask no favors.
Ain't there anyone alive believes my story?
No.
Yes, there is.
What?
Quiet, guard.
Take that gun out of my back.
I said keep quiet.
It can't be. That voice. Mister, is it you?
Take it easy, Pete. Without hearing your story or knowing what it is, I believe you.
You're mad.
And you'll be gagged if you don't keep your voice down.
Mister, something told me you'd be coming here. Listen, let me tell you the whole story. There's no end to smuggling going on.
When are you supposed to stand trial?
I'll go to court in the morning, but I've already been tried and found guilty by everyone in town.
And what are you accused of?
Murder. Killing Flint Berkman.
Did the real killer make you change clothes?
Yeah, I did. But how'd you know?
Tonto and I found the tracks. Tonto was already headed north to overtake the man who made you change with him.
He made me switch guns and everything.
He did, huh?
But, mister, even if he's found, no one would think he was the killer.
Listen, Pete, you'll have to stay here for a while.
Ain't you going to let me out?
Not yet.
Well, what are you going to do?
Get around the town and see what I can learn.
I'm warning you, mister. You won't get out of town alive. You're interfering with justice.
What are you going to say I've done?
Well, you pulled a gun on me.
Did I harm you?
No.
Have I tried to help the prisoner escape?
No, you ain't.
Are you interested in seeing the right man punished?
Well,
Or are you in league with the plotters against law and order?
No, I ain't.
Flint Berkman was killed because he might have told where he bought contraband liquor.
Yeah, I know.
By finding the real murderer, we'll find the key to the liquor smuggling.
But that man in the calaboose...
You heard what I said about reading the signs of the trail?
Yeah.
Why didn't the lawmen see what was so obvious?
Huh?
Is it because the lawmen themselves are in league with the smugglers? Pete.
Yeah, mister?
Who found you?
Well, there was Sheriff Perkins and this here guard and a couple others.
You?
Yeah, I was along.
And you're going to tell me the truth.
But I tell
Did the sheriff bother to examine the tracks?
No, they didn't seem to be no need of it.
Not even when Pete Hawkins told his story?
No.
Mister, the sheriff and Steve Brady are the...
Who is Steve Brady?
Well, he's from the Border Patrol. He was about to question Flint Berkman when Flint was shot.
The Border Patrol?
Yeah.
I met some men from the patrol. That's how I knew all about the smuggling that's been going on.
Hold on, mister.
Well?
Look here. I'm as set again the smuggling as any man can be. If that Sheriff Perkins is in cahoots with the smugglers and framing this man...
Wait. This guard, the sheriff, Steve Brady, deputies. Pete, I have an idea.
Yeah?
I have a long ride before morning. But, Pete, don't lose your courage. Keep your chin up. Here, Silver.
With you on my side, mister, I ain't worrying a doggone bit.
Yep. Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger did not wait for Tonto to return. Instead, the masked man determined to act at once. He rode swiftly from the jail to the cafe. There, under cover of darkness, he spoke to two men standing outside.
I'm looking for the home of Sheriff Perkins.
Last house on this side of the road.
I must also find each of the deputies and the border patrolman, Steve Brady.
When he had learned the facts he needed, the Lone Ranger was ready to put his daring plan into action. He rode first to the home of the sheriff. A moment later, the sheriff was awakened from a heavy sleep by the sound of a rock thrown through his window.
Where's the match? What's going on here, anyhow? Blasted, a note's fastened to that rock. Something as sure as thunder due to happen.
Here's where one of the deputies lives, Silver, old boy. And here's a rock for him. Come on, Silver! Here's the home of another of the men who arrested Cactus Pete. Hi-yo, Silver! Now for the camp of Steve Brady! Brady, wake up. Wake up, Brady. Come, hurry.
What's the matter?
I've come to tell you something.
Great Scott, you're masked. Where'd you come from? How'd you find me?
I'm here to help you. You want the truth about the liquor smugglers, don't you?
What?
There's a man in jail for murder.
Yes, but who are you?
I'm trying to help you and the Border Patrol put a stop to liquor smuggling by finding the real murderers of Flint Berkman.
Oh, yeah. You are, huh? Hey, you're the man the prisoner spoke of.
Am I?
What do you know about the smuggling?
Nothing yet. But before daybreak, I'll have the whole truth for you.
You will? How?
I've sent a note to the sheriff and all his deputies.
What for?
Brady, now listen so you'll understand the plan.
Yeah.
I know the sheriff and some of his men are working hand in glove with the smugglers.
You know that?
Yes.
Who else?
I don't know, but I do know Sheriff Perkins is a coward at heart. If he can be arrested with the proof that he's with the smugglers, he'll talk.
Yeah, he struck me as a coward.
Now then.
But hold on. How'll you prove these men are working with the liquor smugglers?
I've sent a note to each of them. The note is worded in such a way that if they are in with the smugglers, they'll go to a meeting place at daybreak.
Oh.
But if they're not, they'll not know what the note means.
I savvy. Those that go to the meeting place will prove themselves guilty.
Yes, and the United States Marshal and your Border Patrol will be there to get them.
Time to go get my parts of the patrol, huh?
No.
I ain't?
I'll take care of them. You go directly to the meeting place.
Where is it?
The old arroyo, near the dead cedar. There are good places to hide on the side of the arroyo.
Where'll you be between now and then?
Riding.
For the Border Patrol, huh?
Brady saddled his horse, then rode toward town and the home of Sheriff Perkins. There he dismounted and shortly afterwards pounded on the lawman's door, awaking the sheriff for the second time that night.
Hey, Dad, rat it all. Can a man get sleep when he's got to get up before daybreak? Oh. Who's there?
Perkins, open up.
That you, Brady?
Hey, open up quick. I gotta see you.
What are you doing here?
Now come in and shut the door.
I'm glad you come. I wanted to see you. Listen, an hour ago, a rock came through that window.
I know. There was a note on it.
Well, how do you know?
This will give you a laugh. The masked man that sent the note come to me and told me how it was a trap for you and the deputies.
Yeah, a trap?
Sure.
Then the big boss ain't called a meeting at all?
No.
I ain't to go to the arroyo at daybreak?
You go, and it serves as proof that you're in with the smugglers.
Gosh.
He told me how he'd set the trap.
Yeah?
You've got to tell the rest of the boys not to go there.
Yeah. I'd better go get 'em out of bed right now and tell 'em.
Who you have to tell?
All of 'em. Sneed, Miller, Lacey, and Stone.
What about the guard at the jail tonight?
He's one of the deputies that don't figure in our game.
You'll tend to the telling of the rest?
Yeah. You dead sure the whole thing was a fake?
Sure it was. And if we go to the arroyo, we show that we're with the smugglers.
You've already shown it.
What? Where?
There at the busted window.
You're coming. Don't move.
Hey, you!
Come on, boys. Get the gun, Sam.
The marshal.
You're darn right.
Look here, I'm a border patrolman.
Not no more, you ain't. You're an ornery smuggler.
It's a trick.
Did you hear enough, Marshal? All we needed here. Hank, take a couple of boys and get them deputies.
All right, Marshal.
It's a frame-up, an honorary frame-up. You said you was going for my men.
And you thought you'd be safe coming here to warn the sheriff. Well, Brady, that's just what you were expected to do.
Mister, Tonto has come with a killer.
But that man's a prisoner.
Yeah, like fun. The guard let me out when Tonto showed him how that killer swapped clothes with me.
Did the guard believe your story then, Pete?
He had to. You should have seen that killer's feet all cramped up by trying to wear my boots. That proved my story.
Let me talk,
Do your
Marshal.
talking to the judge and jury. Maybe you can save your neck by giving names.
He can't give the names of the bosses, but I can. Marshal, let me talk.
Marshal, you'll get all the evidence I promised you if you'll bring some honest men and help me. I sure as thunder will. Tonto, I'll meet you at the camp.
I told you. I told you he could do it.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of long ago to bring justice to the oppressed. Where he came from, no one ever knew, but his heroic deeds were recorded in the memories of the people of 7 states. Even today, the cowboys sit around the campfire and relate yarns of his daring, of his feat on the draw when he meted out punishment to the lawless, of his great horse Silver, the fastest the West has ever known. History does not record his many adventures, but the West will always remember the shout which has come down through the years.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Now is waiting for us on the trail ahead! We have to hurry, old boy, or we may be too late! Hi-yo, Silver!
Strange things had happened to the stages that covered the trail between Pine River and Calhoun. Twice within the past month, death had struck mysteriously at both driver and guard. On each occasion, the stage had been brought into town by the unguided horses. Ben Sawtell, district superintendent of the line, found himself helpless to solve the crimes. In the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we see him in his office with the sheriff, Jack Beardsley. The superintendent is speaking of the deaths.
Sure, they could have died by a bad heart or something, Sheriff. I might believe that if one of them had come in dead, but not with all 4 of them.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Ben. Them boys must have been murdered. There ain't no 2 ways about that.
Murdered so's the stage can be robbed.
Been robbed then?
Both times.
Oh, I thought there was a sizable load of stuff when the stage come in.
And so there was. The mail sacks was filled most overflowing. And the rest of the things was as they should be. All but for one thing.
What's that?
The mail had been pawed over and handled.
For what?
To steal the mail, it looked like it might have money in it, I guess.
Oh, I see.
I checked the mail mighty careful when I had the chance, Sheriff, and seen that it was different than usual. That's why I say the killers had gone through it.
Figuring the thieving wouldn't be discovered at all, huh?
Sure.
Who's that skinny-looking kid stopping outside there?
I don't know. Never seen him before.
Mr. Sawtell?
That's me. Who are you and what do you want here?
Oh, my name's Barrett. Peter Barrett.
You don't look like you've been eating regular, kid.
Oh, I ain't complaining none.
Where are you from?
Kansas. They call me the Kansas Kid over at Pine River, where I've been till now.
Pine River.
You come along the trail from there to here?
Yep.
Bad country, ain't it?
Pretty open country, but not much water. Lack of water, and the sun is what makes it tough going over that stretch.
Yeah, there ain't but one water hole in the stretch that I know of.
That's all there is.
Well, get to the point. What'd you want to see me for?
I'm a stage driver.
What?
You?
And I'm a full-blooded Cherokee doing a war dance.
You done laughing?
By thunder, Sawtell, he's plumb serious about it.
The Kansas Kid, eh? Stage driver.
I heard that you was needing some drivers, so I'll rid over here.
On that stove-in Mexican plug that's out front?
Yes, sir. Well, I need a job powerful bad, Mr. Sawtell. If you'd give me a chance,
How old
I know...
are you?
18.
I'd never believe it. You got the size and weight of a 14-year-old, and not a husky one at that.
Oh, I'm 18 and I can handle a 6-in-hand. If you'd give me a chance to prove
Look
it, I
here,
know...
Bert. The Kansas kid, being as that's what they called you. We need men to handle the stages, and doggone husky ones at that. You heard what's been taking place along the route?
Yes, sir.
And want the job in spite of it?
Yes, sir.
You make up in spunk what you lack in weight, don't you?
I'll bring the horses through, Mr. Sawtell. And when I get here to Calhoun, I'll be driving them. They won't be pulling the corpse like they done in the past.
Maybe the kid knows something, Ben.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Let me talk to him. Come here, kid.
Yes, sir.
You say you can handle a 6-in-hand?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you ever do it?
Well, that is,
Did you ever try?
I can handle them, honest I can.
Well, granting that you can. What makes you think you'll come through alive where big men toting rifles and guns and used to all sorts of things on the stage trail comes in dead?
Oh, I can't answer you.
Can't answer? Why can't you?
Well, I just can't, that's all. Look here, Mr. Sawtell. Just give me a try, won't you? Let me have just one chance. You ain't nothing to lose.
Nothing but 6 good horses and a stage and cargo. No, I'll handle the stage alone before I let you take it.
Is that all you gotta say, then?
That's all. Except in this. I'm busy. I ain't the time to palaver with a half-growed towhead that calls himself the Kansas Kid. So vamoose.
Well, where to?
Gee, Hossafed, I don't care where to. Just vamoose, that's all.
Well, my horse can't do no more traveling. I've gotta stay in Calhoun.
Then stay in Calhoun, drat you.
I ain't no cash to eat with. If you don't give me a job, I'll just have to starve, and then you'll have a burying to tend to.
By thunder, I never seen the like of you. Why'll I have a burying to tend to? Why should I be the one to put you to work?
Because I wouldn't work nowhere else.
Well, of all... If you won't work nowhere else, then blast you, go and starve. I don't give a hang,
What is you gonna say?
What'd you say your name was?
Pete Barrett. But you can put it on the payroll, the Kansas Kid.
Look here, Sheriff. What am I to do with him? Dread it, I'll lay awake nights thinking of him starving if I don't give him a job. Here, you. Take that broom and sweep this office up. Hang around and make yourself useful somehow.
What about driving a stage?
No.
Then I'll hang around and make myself useful till all the other drivers are killed off. Then maybe I'll get my chance.
Start sweeping. Don't get under my feet or I'll likely step on you.
Sawtell, I wonder if that kid does know something.
Tain't likely.
He's the most peculiar acting cuss I ever seen.
I can't make him out. He's likely catching ahead. Imagine crossing that prairie land between Pine River and here on that no-account horse. The critter almost has to lean against the hitch rack to keep him falling over.
Come on outside, Ben.
For what?
Something to say. Shut that door. Maybe I'm local, but I got a hunch.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on that kid.
Why?
He was powerful determined to get work here, wasn't he?
Beat all I ever seen.
He knowed you wouldn't trust him with a stage, but he figured he might get another job.
For what?
Maybe just to hang around the office. Step around the side here. Let's look through the window. Somehow I got a notion the Kansas Kid's tied up with the mysterious murders and robberies.
Gosh.
Here, take a look. What's he doing?
He's at my desk.
Pawing through it. By darn, I told you so, Ben. He's found something. What's that book?
The schedule. It shows when the stage is due to leave the Pine River station and when it's due to get here.
Just so.
One is on the way here now from Pine River. The next one ain't leaving there till next week.
Well, don't let the kid know you suspicion anything, but watch him sharp.
Beg pardon, gentlemen. Peeking in your own window?
Huh?
Aye,
Steady, Sheriff. You're both covered.
A masked man.
Put them guns down, surrender in the name of the law.
If I intended to surrender, I wouldn't have come here.
Who are you?
What do you want?
I'm here for information.
What sort of information?
What's that mask for?
I'm not answering your question, Sheriff. I'm here to find out the schedule of the stages.
What?
So, you're the mysterious killer, huh?
You'll think that whether I deny it or not, so there's no use denying it.
Then you admit it.
No, I don't, Sheriff. I came here to ask a simple question. You give that information to anyone who wants to buy a fare on the stage. Why can't you give it to me?
Because you're masked.
That's the reason I have to keep my guns handy.
How'd you get here so quiet?
You were absorbed in watching through that window. You didn't hear my approach. When does the next stage leave Pine River?
I ain't giving out no information.
Don't you want to solve the murders?
Well,
He got 'em.
Who's the redskin?
Did you find out what we wanted, Tonto?
Here, your horse, Silver. Yeah.
All right, Tonto. That's all we need.
Hey, don't you leave here.
You're under arrest.
Hi-yo,
Silver!
Stop them two!
Shoot him, Sheriff!
You missed. Fire again.
Oh, it ain't no use shooting at greased lightning.
Gosh, what horses them two has?
And what'd the redskin do?
He come into your office, and he forced me to look through the schedule book.
The same book you was looking through, huh?
How'd you know?
We seen you.
Yeah, and you got a-plenty things to explain, Pete Kansas Kid Barrett.
See what they done, Sheriff? The masked man kept us here while the redskin went inside.
I know, we've been tricked.
And it's too late to change the schedule. The stages will start from Pine River. One's most here already. And the other will stop before we can get a man there to warn it.
Anyhow, we know 2 of the men that's behind the murders, even if we don't know how they done it.
And maybe a third.
Yeah. You're going to the calaboose, kid.
No, you can't lock me up. I gotta be free.
I expect you have to help rob the stages and kill the drivers. But you're going to jail all the same.
Please, you don't savvy. You don't understand.
We savvy all we need to savvy. You're going to jail and starve till you tell all you know about the mystery of the stage trail.
Here comes the stage from Pine River. I gotta tend to things.
I'll just put these handcuffs on you, kid, and hold you to the hitch rack till I'm ready to jail you.
Sheriff, there's passengers on this trip. Look, there's a man and woman getting out of the stage.
Sure enough.
Please, don't, Sheriff.
That'll hold you for a while. Come on, let's see what's up, Ben.
Right.
Sheriff, please don't leave me handcuffed. You can't do this. You can't, I tell you. Let me go.
I'll go ask the guard and driver a few questions about the trip, Ben.
Yeah. Sam, you tend to the horses and mail. I'm going inside the office and see the passengers.
All right, Mr. Sawtell.
Howdy. My name's Sawtell. I'm in charge of the office here.
My sakes, what a dusty trip we've had.
We certainly have. My name is Leggett, Mr. Sawtell. John Leggett. This is my wife.
I'm sure enough glad to know you, Mr. Leggett. Howdy, Mrs. Leggett.
If we were going on much further, I'd have a complaint to make about your drivers.
What's that, Mrs. Leggett?
The last half of the trip, it seemed as if the driver picked every bumpy spot and stone in the trail to go over. I've never been so shaken in all my life.
It's certainly a rough trip.
I suppose we should be grateful, though, that we're here alive. I hear there's been a lot of things happening on your line, Mr. Sawtell.
Sure enough has. I declare it's a relief to see this stage come through safe and sound. We've had a sight of trouble lately.
I heard about it.
Wasn't no trouble this trip, was there, Mr. Leggett?
No, not a bit. Came right through without any trouble.
No one stopped the stage or asked any questions?
We didn't see a sign of anybody.
Not a soul, all the way from Pine River here.
I don't understand you complaining about the driver. He's one of the best men we got. He can handle horses like no one I ever seen.
I want to ask them folks some questions, Ben.
Reckon they'll be glad to answer, Sheriff.
What happened on the trip?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
Come on, speak up. Who stopped the stage?
What's happened, Sheriff?
Answer my question. Who stopped the stage?
No one.
I'll swear to that. We didn't see a sign of anyone.
Who got at the guard and driver?
No one. There wasn't any way possible for anyone to get at them. What's the matter?
Sheriff, what's happened?
So there ain't no way for anyone to have got to Bixby. Well, the fact remains, him and the guard are dead. Right now.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now on with our story. We learn in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama that the stage line between Pine River and Calhoun had been attacked. 3 drivers and 3 guards had been killed, but no clue left behind which would explain the murders. 2 passengers, a man by the name of Leggett and his wife, had been on the stage at the time of the last attack. But though they'd been present when the tragedy occurred, they could offer no explanation to account for it. We return now to the office of Ben Sawtell, manager of the stage line. Sheriff Beardsley has been questioning the Leggetts for more than an hour, but with no result.
So that's all you can tell.
We've told you the truth, Sheriff.
You left Pine River with everyone in good shape, and you didn't see no one on the way here.
Not a soul.
We didn't even stop, except for the men to fill their canteens with water.
My wife means the guard and driver.
No one could have shot 'em from ambush.
Sheriff, you know blame well there ain't no signs of shooting.
That's so.
I don't see how the stage could be brought here with both those men dead.
The horses know the way as well as the men do. What do you folks come here for?
Was you aiming to head on west?
No, not unless we had to.
We're looking for our son.
Your son?
Yeah. He ran away from home. We think he came this way.
You said nothing about it before.
You didn't give us a chance. You were too blame busy trying to accuse us of murdering those two men.
Have you seen Dave?
There ain't been no one here by that name.
Dave Leggett, eh?
Yes. He seemed to think he had an answer to these strange murders.
Great Scott. Maybe it's the kid. What sort of looking kid?
Thin and pale and...
He's only 16, but he looks even younger.
Tow-headed?
Have you seen him?
Thunderation. That's the Kansas kid.
And we thought he was in cahoots with the killers.
Where is he now?
You've seen him then?
Yeah, he's handcuffed to the hitch rack. He come here with big ideas, and we figured he was in with the killers.
He acted peculiar-like. He was bound and determined to drive a stage, or work for me here at something or other. We catched him snooping in my books.
Oh, John, what can we do with him?
I'll go get him.
Hey, Sheriff, Sawtell, come fast. There's a masked man and Injun.
Where?
They're loosening a prisoner.
Oh, boy.
Get him. We want them to.
Video!
Dave! They got him on the horse with the masked man.
I'll stop him this time.
Don't shoot. You might hit David.
Come on! There they go again.
I seen him loosen the handcuffs.
That settles it. I'm going to get to the bottom of things if I have to jail everyone around here.
I couldn't have stopped him, Sheriff.
It's all right, Meekin. There wasn't nothing you could do.
Great golly. What with another pair of men gone, new arrivals, and that funny-acting kid?
Hold on, Meekin. How do you know he was funny acting?
Huh?
You ain't had nothing to do with him. How'd you know he was funny acting?
You've
been snooping around this office while he was here, ain't you?
I didn't mean no harm, Sheriff. Honest,
Get inside there. You too, Leggett. Your wife with you.
What are you going to do about the kid, Sheriff?
Get men out. Form a posse. My boy's in the hands of that masked man.
Do something, Sheriff. Find David for
I
us.
says get inside. Maybe the kid is working for killers. Maybe you work with him. Maybe you lied about the trip here. Maybe you killed them guards and drivers.
That's not true.
How dare you say such things?
I dare say what I blame, please. Now sit down. I'm asking plenty more questions. You sit there, Meekin.
I didn't mean no harm, Sheriff. All as I done was to get where I could hear what the kid was saying. He looked so odd.
Sit down and shut your mouth. You sit there, Leggett, and your wife next to you. Sawtell?
Yeah?
Go get all my deputies and tell them we're running things with a high hand around this town till we find out about the Leggetts and the kid and the Injun and the masked man. Maybe then we'll know how men can die so sudden.
Ben Sawtell and Sheriff Beardsley suspected that young David Leggett, who called himself the Kansas Kid, knew more than he wished to tell of the murders. The Lone Ranger believed that David would be willing to help solve the mystery. He rescued the boy and carried him to his camp. We see the masked man as he dismounts.
You'll be taken care of here, Dave, better than you would in prison. You'd have gone there because the sheriff thought you were helping me.
I reckon so.
I'm glad you told me your real name while we were riding.
I don't know what it is, mister, but in spite of your mask, there's something about you. I can trust you, can't I?
Yes, Dave, you can.
I knowed it. The Indian, too.
Tonto's my best friend.
What you come here for?
I didn't dare to mention what I know to the sheriff or to Mr. Sawtell.
Why?
Well, you see, the killer might be one of them. If that is the case, then they just arranged for me to die sudden-like, and the killing would go on.
That's good, straight thinking, Dave.
I didn't dare to tell Ma and Pa about what I thought because they'd say, well, they'd say I was too young to mix into things of the sort.
Dave, just what do you suspect?
Well, you see, Pa runs the store over at Pine Center.
Yes.
And I tend counter sometimes, and 3 times a certain man's come in and bought things. I seen him around Calhoun, and he's one of the critters I suspect.
Yes?
Look here. If I tell you the whole thing, will you take the chance of stringing along with me and just seeing if I'm right?
Tell me, Dave.
No matter how loco it sounds.
Just tell me and we'll see. Tonto and I came here to try and put an end to murder and robbery. If you have any idea how these stage drivers die, tell us.
I will.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto listened as Dave Leggett told his story, then formed certain plans. It was several days before these plans could be put into action. And meanwhile, Sheriff Beardsley and his men searched the vicinity for the masked man and his companions. The deputies hunted far and wide, but each morning they returned to the parents of David Leggett with the same report.
Not a thing new. I'm downright sorry, folks.
But he must be around here someplace, Sheriff. He couldn't simply drop out of sight.
He's being kept in hiding by that masked man. It's the only way I can figure it out.
Howdy, Mr. and Mrs. Leggett.
Good morning.
Sheriff, the next stage is coming through today.
I know it, Ben. I've made arrangements like we talked of.
Got men all along the trail at intervals?
Yep. I had to drop the hunt for the kid to do it, but I sent the men out to their posts.
Have enough men?
I swore in a few extra ones.
Good enough. Ain't found no trace of the kid, have you?
Nope.
Seen Meekin around?
Yeah, he's one of the new deputies.
Oh, I wondered what he was this time. That coyote gets liquored and falls asleep somewhere in the woods ever so often. Takes too darn many days off.
I'd fire him if I was you, Sawtell.
I would, only I'm too short-handed already.
Snooping in your office window like he done.
There's something we can do to find Dave. Can't we call out some army men or something?
After the stage comes through, I'll put all my men out hunting him again, Mr. Leggett. That's all we can do.
That voice. That's the masked man.
There he is!
Stand where you are.
Sheriff, it's life and death, and you've got to listen to me.
You're under arrest.
Don't waste time and talk. Come on and follow me.
Where's my boy?
What have you done with Dave?
Your boy's all right, but he might not be if you don't come with me, Sheriff.
But I...
Along the stage trail toward the east. It's another trick of some sort. It isn't. Bring some men and come.
My men are scattered all along the trail.
Pick them up as you ride.
They're all looking for you and my son.
In that case, they may follow me. Even if the sheriff won't help solve the mystery.
Wait a minute.
Come on, follow me.
Come on, man.
The Lone Ranger shouted for the sheriff to follow him, then wheeled Silver about and raced out of town to meet the westbound stage. When he passed the first of the deputies along the way, he called to them as Silver thundered by.
Come on! Follow me!
That's the masked man, the one we're hunting. Get riding. Get up there.
The great horse Silver continued his wild dash eastward while the deputies tried to follow. Far ahead, Dave Leggett and Tonto held 3 men at bay with drawn guns. 2 of the men are the driver and guard of the westbound stage. The third is Jake Meekin, the new deputy.
It's just a matter of time when these 2 will have to let us go.
Just so, guard.
If the stage don't get to Calhoun on time, the rest of your deputies will ride out to meet it, won't they?
Sure they will. Then they'll make this redskin and kid tell how they've been killing everyone.
We ain't the killers. You'll find out soon enough.
Look here, kid. You leave the 3 of us go, and we'll give you a chance to get away.
No.
Well, at least give us a drink of water from that hole.
My throat's parched.
I ain't had a drink since my canteen went dry a while after we left Pine River.
You not take 'em drink.
If you're going to kill us in that mysterious way you had, why don't you do it and get it over with?
We ain't the killers. And you know it, Meekin.
You'll swing for murder when my pards get here.
I want a drink.
Well, the least you can do is let us have some water.
No. You can't touch it.
When I say go, we'll jump 'em. It's our only chance.
What are you saying, Meekin?
Go.
Look out. Get up.
You not touch water.
Now hold him. Hold until we get ropes.
Never mind the ropes. Just drill them.
It's a doggone good idea.
Let me up. Listen to me. I'm here to help you. We ain't the killers.
No, we got him at last. 6 murders for him to tell about.
Shoot them. Shoot the 2 of them. There comes a third.
We got a fight, driver. Get your gun from the redskin.
Now shoot them. I'll fix them.
Get him, them white fellas.
Look out for the horse.
That Injun's horse. Look out. He'll get you.
Stand up, the 3 of you. Drop that gun, Meekin.
I'll show you. Oh, my head.
I got my gun again. I'll keep him covered.
Now keep your hands up till the lawmen get here, and then you'll all learn the truth.
Keep them all covered. Stand back. All of you heist your hands. You got them, boys, huh? Good work.
What's happened? What's happened here?
Be quiet and let Dave Liggett tell his story.
Mr. Sawtell, will you listen now?
Go on, talk.
Well, that fella Meekin, he come into Pa's store a few times, and he bought a certain thing that I wondered a lot about.
Well, what was it?
Poison. A kind that's used for killing crop-destroying bugs. It don't hurt cattle none, but it's poison for a man.
The kid lies.
He put it in that water hole, and when the guards and drivers would drink there, they'd get poison before they got to Calhoun. Then Meekin would stop the horses, loot the stage, and send the horses on again.
That ain't so. That ain't true.
Sheriff, for proof, have Meekin drink the water.
What about that, Meekin?
Them's the 2 that poisoned it. That Injun and the kid.
Hold on, Meekin. If that's true, why ain't they let us drink the water? They blame near got killed for trying to keep us from drinking.
The poison lasts only a short time, then the water clears itself. Try it, Meekin. Here, take a good big drink.
No. Sheriff, Ben, help me.
Why, darn Meekin, you've been missing for a few days every time a stage was robbed. You said you'd got too much to drink, but that was just a lie to cover up. I see it now.
I think you'll find the stolen loot in Meekin's home.
Meekin, you're going to drink that water.
No. Don't make me.
We'll pour it down your throat.
Don't. I confess. I done it. I'm the killer.
Gosh. Look here, kid. How do you know so much?
Well, I just had a hunch, and when the masked man got to listening, he figured it was a good hunch. So me and the Indian, Tonto, come here. That's all.
Son, if your folks is willing, you got a job on the stage line.
Gosh, thanks.
Reason the last stage wasn't looted, I suppose, was on account of the passengers carried water for the trip with them and didn't drink from this hole. Well, Meekin, you dirty rat.
I got a right to a trial. I got a right to tell my story.
Mysterious murders, huh? Why, drat you, I can see through you as plain as day now. Come on and see what hanging's like.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
Come back through the years and return with us to the wild and untamed west of old. Thrill once again to another exciting story of the phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they charge down the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We're needed on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger had made a long and tiring trip. His horse Silver was in need of water. And so when the masked man neared the town of Needle Point and came within the sight of Amy Holcomb's home, he paused to remove his mask and disguise his face. Thus prepared, he approached the house. As our dramatic story begins, we hear him in conversation with Amy Holcomb.
I'll ride on as soon as my horse is watered.
So you don't aim to spend the night around town nowhere?
No.
Well, I won't ask no more questions. Sakes alive, I've asked a plenty, and that's the first one I got an answer to. Serves me right for being a curious old busybody. By the way, I don't suppose you heard of the NASH'S, have you?
I don't think so.
I forgot you're a stranger. There's PANAMINT Nash and Lindy. She's his daughter.
I haven't heard of them.
There's a whole tribe of the Nash folk, but PANAMINT's the main one. He's the most ornery cuss that ever drawed a breath. Oh, I was going to tell you not to bother to ask him for no water. He wouldn't give it to you.
He wouldn't?
Nope. Like as not, you'll pass his place. It's just around the bend. PANAMINT is crippled, he is. Can't walk a step.
That's too bad.
It's his twisted soul that done it. It's fitting punishment for a man that ain't never lived as a white man should. He ain't no use for Needle Point folk. Won't let none of his people associate with us. Old critter thinks we ain't good enough for his breed.
Are there many people in his family?
Sakes alive, yes. Reckon there was 4 or 5 Nash men, and they all married and had families. And old PANAMINT, he's the boss of the lot. They all live in the Bend country. Of the whole kit and caboodle of them, Linda's the only one that's worth her salt.
What has PANAMINT done that makes him so disliked?
It ain't what he's done, stranger. It's what he ain't done.
Oh?
Keeping all his people close by him there, never letting none of them come around here. Won't even let any of us folks go there. That's how cussed mean he is.
Hey, I heard of a man around Needle Point
But
named...
wait, let me tell you. Here's what PANAMINT done. There was a young cowboy rid over to the Bend to see Lindy, and PANAMINT shot him. That's how poison mean he is. Lindy'd make a man a fine wife, but she don't have no chance to get off us, not living with old PANAMINT.
Did the cowboy live?
Yep, but he'll have a stiff arm for the rest of his life. Now, what was you asking about?
A man named Frawley, Bob Frawley.
Bob Frawley? My sakes, do you know him? He's our sheriff here at Needle Point.
Is he?
Sure thing.
Isn't he rather young to be a sheriff?
Young, but dead earnest about it.
Is he well liked?
Yes, that's how he got to get the job. But say, hold on, who are you?
Why?
By Juniper. You ain't the one Bob's looking for, are you?
Me?
By thunder, I bet you are. You're the man that shot Bob's paw.
You're mistaken.
Well, maybe so. You don't look or act like a killer. But why did you ask about Bob?
I'd heard of him, that's all.
Main reason he wanted the sheriff's job so bad is because he figured it might help him to locate the man he'd give his life to get.
The man who killed his father, huh?
Yeah. Old man Frawley was dry-gulched. Some outlaw done it when Bob was just a younker, and his ma told him about it when he got older. Bob vowed to get that man and put a soft-nosed slug in him just like what his pa got. Look, there's horsemen coming this way. Wonder who they are.
Here, Silver.
Hey, are you leaving now?
Yes.
But hold on a minute. That looks like Sheriff Bob on one of them horses. Some lady riding with him.
Yep. Thanks for what you told me.
Sakes alive, hold on, stranger. If that ain't Lindy Nash that's riding with Sheriff Frawley, I'm plumb loco.
I may see you again.
Say, mister, tell them two to come around here and call on an old woman, will you? They're cutting off to the south like they didn't want me to see them.
Hi-yo, Silver!
My sakes alive. He called that hot Silver. I wonder. Doggone, it can't be. Silver. I wonder.
Look at that horse riding away from Ma Holcomb's
place, Bob. Did you ever see the like of it?
That's as fine a piece of horseflesh as I ever seen, Linda.
I hope we cut away from her house before she recognized us.
Oh, drat it, Linda. Why we gotta be secret about seeing one another?
You know, Bob. You know how Paul feels about all the needlepoint folks.
I know, but just the same...
If he knowed you and I was meeting each other, there's no telling what he'd do.
Likely try to shoot me. Linda, why don't you let me call on him?
No, Bob, no. You've got to promise not to.
I bet if you let me call on the old fire eater and talk the thing out, I'd get him to say we could be married.
No, not yet, Bob. Maybe someday, but not now.
Blast it.
You know Paul's ideas. He's vowed that none of the NASH'S will ever leave the bend.
What's his crazy idea anyhow? What's he got against the needlepoint folks?
I don't know, Bob, but if he ever found out I was seeing you, there's no telling what he'd do. He'd like to take a horse with.
I'd like to see him try it.
He's just as set in his ways as you are in yours. Now I've got to go. You better turn back here. We're getting into the Bend country.
If it wasn't that I'd pledged my maw to square accounts for Paul,
Don't say it, Bob.
All right.
There's one thing I never could understand about your vow, Bob.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, how will you know the killer when you find him?
I'll know him.
So long ago, you wasn't much more than a baby when it happened.
I know I'll find him someday, Linda. He's still alive, I know he is. I'll find him. Years ago, he went by the name of Wildcat, and someday I'll trace him down by that old nickname.
Wildcat?
Well, Linda, what's the matter?
Wildcat?
Did you ever hear of him?
Tell me more about him, Bob.
Well, I don't know much about him, but someone, I don't know who, told Ma the killer's left-handed and walks with a limp.
Left-handed and called Wildcat.
I've been investigating every left-handed man I hear about. And someday, honey, I'll carry out one of my vows.
One of them?
Well, the second one is to marry you.
Oh. Bob, I gotta leave you here. You go back to Needleport. I'm heading for the Bend. Get up. Get up there.
When the Lone Ranger mounted his great horse Silver, he headed toward the Bend. As he rode, he circled wide to avoid being seen by the girl and the sheriff who were headed for the same destination. When the ranger finally approached the Nash property, several minutes after Linda had arrived, he replaced his mask. Cautiously, he approached the guard who was stationed on the outskirts of the property. He quickly overpowered the man, tied him securely, and left him where he was. Then the masked man went to Nash's home. It had been his intention to speak to old Panamint, but when he saw Linda enter the house, he stationed himself outside instead. Panamint Nash, for years crippled and chair-ridden, greeted his daughter Linda and her companion, Morgan Nash, a distant relative.
Well, about time you got back, Lindy. What did you learn? Was it worth my while sending you into town?
I talked to the sheriff, Father.
And as soon as most anything happens to have you talking to needlepoint folks, I had to have some information. What'd he say?
He told me that...
Well, go ahead. Don't try to fib to me. You've been seeing considerable of Bob Frawley, ain't you?
What?
You see, Linda, I know what goes on around here, even if I don't get around myself. Your cousin Morgan there told me about you two meeting.
Morgan, you...
Well, what are you going to do about it, Lindy?
You sneaking coyote carrying tails. I hate the sight of you.
That'll do, girl.
You needn't get so uppity, Lindy.
I said keep quiet. See, I had a reason in sending you to talk to Bob Frawley. He'd tell you anything you wanted to know. And I reckon he did. He's still hunting for the man that killed his father, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, go on. Tell me some more.
You don't know the man's name.
Don't, huh? What else did he tell you?
Paul, I can't tell you.
Go on, speak up now. Or I'll send Morgan and a couple of the other boys to get him.
I'd like to drill Bob Frawley. If it wasn't for him, maybe Lindy would like me.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man alive.
Speak up now. What did Frawley say?
The only thing he knows about the man is he used to be called Wildcat.
Wildcat, eh? on.
That's awful.
Go on.
He's a little lame and he's left-handed.
Left-handed. That don't mean nothing. I'm left-handed, too.
But he said the man who shot his father was nicknamed Wildcat.
Well, what about it?
That rifle hanging over the mantel has the name Wildcat carved on the stock.
I know it. What about it?
Is that your rifle?
What if it is?
I couldn't believe it of you, Paul, that you'd shoot a man from ambush. Bob Frawley's father was dry gulched.
I ain't said I shot him. Anyhow, if I did, what would you do about it?
I'd run off, that's what I'd do. I'd leave here forever.
He's fixing to leave here someday anyhow, Uncle Panamint.
That wouldn't surprise me none.
He's not telling the truth, Paul.
Oh, yes, I am. You're fixing to run off and marry that good-for-nothing sheriff.
He's not good for nothing. He's the best sheriff this county's ever seen.
You see, Uncle Panamint? You see how she comes to his defense?
Yeah. If she thinks enough about him, she's likely to turn on me and try and tell him I'm the one shot his pa.
I believed it of you, Paul.
Never mind. Morgan.
Yeah?
We ain't going to take no chances on her running away.
No, wouldn't be good sense to.
What are you going to do?
Morgan, take Lindy to her room, lock the door, and bring the key to me.
You can't keep me a prisoner.
We'll do it for the time being. Maybe when you're set free, you won't be seeing no more of Bob Frawley.
Come on, Lindy.
Let go of me.
Come on. Hurry up, Morgan, and get back here to me. I got something I want to speak to you about.
I'll be right with you, Uncle Panamint.
You won't be sorry for this. I'll get rid of Bob Frawley somehow. I'll leave you now the first chance I'll get.
Take that key out. Fetch it back to me.
He's locked in safe now.
We can get out through the window if we ain't careful.
I'll tend to that. I'll have a couple of the boys put some slats over the window so she can't get out that way.
That's a good idea.
If you want to see me about something else?
Yeah. You're far enough removed to marry Lindy.
I'd sure enough like to.
Your third cousin. That'd be all right.
Yeah, only she don't seem to care much about me. I'd make her a good husband, though, Uncle Panamint. I'm a good, steady man.
That girl's all in the world I care about. I want to make sure there's someone to take care of her when I'm gone.
You can count on me.
I'll fetch her around our way of thinking. I'll do it somehow.
Gosh, that'd be swell.
You can get along now. Tend to boarding up that window. That's all I wanted to see you about.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that the crippled old Panamint Nash ruled his relatives from his invalid's chair with an iron hand. He did not permit strangers to enter Nash territory, nor did he allow any members of the Nash family to become friendly with outsiders. The Lone Ranger learned that Linda Nash, Panamint's daughter, was interested in Bob Frawley, in spite of her father's objections. Bob, sheriff of the county, had dedicated himself to one purpose in life, to get the man who had killed his father years before. As our story continues, we see the masked man pulling the great horse Silver to a stop in a small, well-concealed camp. Tonto, his faithful Indian companion, comes out to meet him.
Silver, who's
Tonto, I learned quite a bit about this Nash affair.
That's good.
I think Bob Frawley is going to find the man who killed his father.
Who killed him?
Frawley's never seen the inside of the Nash home. If he did, he'd find a rifle on the wall. A rifle with the name Wildcat carved in the stock.
That name feller who killed Frawley?
Yes. And the rifle belongs to Panamint Nash.
Oh.
Which makes a complication, Tonto. If Bob carries out his vow, it'll mean he'll have to kill the father of the girl he loves.
And then him lose girl, huh?
And if Bob Frawley doesn't marry Linda, the girl will live a life of misery.
What happened, man?
Nash is planning to marry her to a third cousin, a man named Morgan.
Him good feller?
No, he isn't. He's a sneaky-looking man. But old Panamint usually has his way. They'll be making plans for a wedding there, Tonto. Panamint will push the thing ahead as fast as he can.
What we do?
I want you to get into his land and stay around the house. You might be able to get a job as cook there.
Me get work there.
You'll have to be there to do certain things, Tonto.
What? Them?
You'll have to tell Linda to wait and be patient. Tell her to let the plans for a wedding proceed.
Marry that feller?
No. Somehow, I don't think the wedding will be performed. I have a few things to say to Panamint Nash myself. Things he may not know.
What? That?
You see, Kemosabe, Panamint doesn't realize that I know who used to be called Wildcat.
Oh.
I'll see you later when I come to the ranch to talk to Panamint. Yep. Hail, Silver!
Tonto spent 10 days at the ranch, during which time he carefully noted everything he observed. And then, when he'd gathered the information needed, he met the Lone Ranger one evening and made his report, told him everything that had happened concerning the wedding. We hear the ranger now as he walks across the porch and opens Panamint Nash's door.
What the? Nash, I want to speak to you. Put down that gun.
You think them guns you're holding will stop me, huh? Well, they won't. Maybe you'll drill me. Before I breathe my last, I'll get you.
Don't draw that trigger. I'm here to talk about the wedding.
Wedding?
Yes.
What's the mask to do with wedding talk?
Lower the gun, Nash. The sheriff is looking for a man who used to be called Wildcat.
Huh? And what about it?
That rifle over the mantel belonged to Wildcat.
It did? What's more, that's the rifle that was used to kill old Frawley. Now, what do you aim to do about it?
I know who Wildcat is. Do you?
Maybe I do. I ain't saying.
Very well. In case you don't, I'll tell you. And I'll prove everything I say.
The Lone Ranger compelled the attention of Panamint Nash. And as the masked man spoke, Panamint became more interested with each word he said. Nevertheless, the wedding plans went on as originally scheduled. On the eventful day, every member of the Nash family assembled around old Panamint's chair in the huge ranch house. Linda, dressed in her bridal gown, stood in the doorway to the immense central room with Tonto at her side.
You not worry.
But another hour and I'll be married.
That long time. Plenty happened.
Oh, there's Paul waiting to speak to me.
Linda! Stand away from that door. Come into the room. I got things to say.
Paul, you've got that rifle off from the mantel.
Eh?
What are you going to do with it?
Maybe that sheriff critter will have nerve enough to come here and try and stop the wedding.
You ain't going to shoot him if he does. Paul, no. No,
You got your spunk back again, huh?
But this wasn't in the plans.
What plans? You've been meek as can be for the past week. I thought you'd lost all your spunk.
Oh, I ain't lost no spunk. I've been meek because I felt that no matter what you planned, the wedding wouldn't come off. That's why I agreed to everything you said. But if you plan to shoot Bob Frawley...
Oh, you're looking for him to come here,
yes,
huh?
I am. He loves me. You'll defy the whole pack of NASH'S to keep me from marrying a man I hate.
Oh?
If you try to shoot Bob Frawley, I'll stand before that gun. It's enough that you killed his father. You ain't going to kill him, too.
No.
You grin about it. Oh, Pa, I don't know why I don't hate and despise a man like you.
Don't you?
I haven't so far. There's something that seems to tell me that I just won't believe you killed Bob's father till you confess it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you shoot Bob, I'll...
Hey.
Oh, Bob.
Well, Frawley,
I heard about this wedding.
Bob, look out. He's going to use that rifle on you.
You better not.
you got a sight of nerve to come here, Frawley.
All right, maybe I have. You better let me have that rifle.
Stand away from in front of me. I want to keep an eye on the door at the other end of the room.
For what?
Never mind. Frawley, I didn't think you'd have the spunk to come here like this. You're the first needlepoint man to set foot inside this house.
And when I leave, Linda's leaving with... What's that on that rifle?
Huh?
Let me see that gun stock.
Ain't no affair of yours.
Let me see it. Who owns the rifle? Is that yours?
I ain't said so.
Bob, listen, Bob. Don't be hasty. That's an old rifle. It's been over the mantel ever since I can remember.
Quiet. You, Sam. You clear that door down there. I want to see who comes in.
I was saying, Bob, that rifle...
Now look. It ain't even loaded. I'll show you that it ain't. Squeeze the trigger.
It was loaded.
Hey, Morgan's been hit. What the...
You shot your nephew.
Morgan.
Hit him right through the heart, Nash.
It's a good thing there wasn't anybody else coming through that door, ain't it?
You've killed the bridegroom, your own nephew. You don't seem a bit concerned. Say, I'd like to know if that was an accident or on purpose.
Save your wind.
But I'd like to know...
See this here gun? See that wildcat on the gun stock?
Yes.
That's the gun that killed your pa.
Did you shoot him? If you did, PANAMINT, Nash, I'll put a bullet right between your eyes. I'll show you...
No, Bob, don't. Please, he's my father.
I don't care who he is. My father was dry gulched. Shot from behind. And I...
Shut up.
All right.
Let me talk. Your father and me was the best of friends.
I know it. I never dreamed that you'd be the one.
I was with your old man when he fell. The shot that killed your pa was aimed to kill me.
It was?
Yeah. There wasn't no use me telling that before now. Nobody would believe it. You knowed I was with your pa when he fell, you'd have come accusing me years ago, just like you're doing now.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't you, Pa.
No, it wasn't. It was some one of the Nash men that fired that shot. And he wanted to get me. He wanted to kill me for my cash.
You know who it was?
I know now, but I didn't at the time.
Who?
Let me get to it in my own time, boy. I've got a story to tell.
Go on, Pa.
I swore at the time I'd get the critter that killed my best friend. The ornery coyote that aimed to kill me. I was the only one in the whole Nash tribe that had any money. I left a will dividing it among them. Well, when I knowed one of them was gunning for me from the Arroyo, I figured to bring the whole pack of them here to live together.
That was years ago.
Just before you was born, Linda. It took time to round the whole tribe up, but I done it. I kept 'em broke. I give 'em orders and kept them orders followed out. I kept 'em all here where I could watch 'em.
Gosh.
I was hunting the same thing you was, Bob Frawley. I was hunting the killer of your father. Your old man knowed it was Wildcat who done the shooting, but he didn't talk to me. He wouldn't tell me who it was because he knowed it was one of my own family. He figured I'd side with my own flesh and blood if he told me.
Tell me who it is, Nash. I'll see your revenge carried out.
There ain't no need for that. The killer's already paid in full.
You mean he's gone?
He's gone. Gone with the same gun he used to kill your pa.
You don't mean Morgan?
That's just who I mean. Morgan. That gun with Wildcat burned into the stock was Morgan's rifle.
But you was going to have me marry him.
There's a different reason for that, honey. I knowed you cared a lot about Bob Frawley, but I didn't know how much he cared for you.
Then you never intended having the wedding go through?
I intended to stop it just as I done. When you come in after seeing Bob here and told me the name of the murderer was Wildcat, I knew right off who the killer was.
Oh.
So'd Morgan. He stood right here in the room while you were telling me, but you didn't know his face. You was watching me too close.
But I thought you was the one, Pa. Oh,
And
gosh,
Morgan, he figured I didn't know he was gunning for me when he killed Frawley. That's why he weren't worrying. You see, he threw the suspicion for the killing on me by telling your ma, Bob, that the killer was left-handed and walked with a limp.
See here, Nash. Do you mean this whole wedding was just a put-up job to...
To see if you had spunk enough to get the girl you loved before she married a man she didn't care for.
I'm here.
Well, all right. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to marry Linda.
It's about time you talk like that. And you, Linda, it's about time you got some spunk back in you.
Oh, you know, Pa, I never did lose my spunk.
Well, then you sure did a fine piece of acting these last few days. I was most broke up seeing how you kowtowed to everything I said.
Sure I did. Because the Injun told me how to act. I wasn't worried a minute about having to marry Morgan Nash.
The Injun?
I reckon that must have been Tonto.
You know him?
I know his masked partner. It was him that come and told me to get here and get my girl.
Yeah, the masked man. Well, I don't know who he is, but he seemed to know that things needed doing. And to think I was ready to shoot him for busting in on me like he done.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. All of the glamour of the Old West fact is brought back to us today as the famous Lone Ranger, mystery rider of the plains, urges the great horse Silver down the danger trails of long ago. Listen to the tattoo of those silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Run as you've never run before! We're needed on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
That thunder of cannons was the signal for the start of the first thrilling ride of the Pony Express in the year 1860. The route extended from Missouri to California. For 2 years, the most highly skilled young horsemen and the fastest mounts carried the mail across the country in record time. 24 hours a day, the Pony Riders urged their fleet little horses along the trail at top speed. Stations were established every few miles to furnish fresh horses for the racing riders. Our story begins as we see a foam-flecked horse pull to a stop at the end of his run.
There he is, just on time. Slap that saddle on a fresh horse and let me be on my way. I'm out to make a record.
Bill Cody just passed here in the eastbound
I'll
run.
beat his time if I have to break my neck trying.
Want some hot coffee?
Not this time. Hurry up with that saddle. Cinch it up tight. I got some important papers this trip.
Yeah? What are they?
I don't know. Something for Silver Gulch. This particular load just got to get through fast.
Sam takes the mail from you at the next station, don't he?
Yeah. What's taking you so long about that horse? Hurry up there.
Watch out for engines ahead.
I'm watching all the time. Your horse is ready. That's the ticket, Earl. I'm on my way. Up, get along there, boy.
The Pony Express rider was on his way again with important papers to be delivered to Silver Gulch. He gave his mount his head and urged him along at his greatest speed in an effort to break the record of another express rider, Bill Cody, later to be known as Buffalo Bill. Then from ambush, a shot rang across the plain. The Pony Express rider fell headlong from his horse while the animal continued down the trail alone. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, had made their camp along the route at a point several miles beyond the spot where the express rider had been ambushed. As the riderless horse flashed past them, they ran out on the trail looking for some explanation.
That Pony Rider horse.
But where's the rider?
Me not know. Maybe him fall off.
The Pony Riders don't fall off their horses, Tonto.
That's right.
And that horse isn't running away. It's galloping right along the regular trail. Something's happened.
Maybe that's right.
Here, Silver.
What you do, huh?
It's about 8 miles to the station where the horses are chained. We're going back there, Tonto, and see what's happened to the Pony Rider.
And that's good.
When anyone interferes with the mail, it's something serious.
You think someone do something?
The only way to get a Pony Rider from his horse is to shoot him off. Yep. Come with me, Tonto.
Tonto, ready?
Come on, Silver. While the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode back to the spot where the express rider had been shot, our scene changes to the town of Silver Gulch. Like so many other towns of the surrounding country, Silver Gulch was situated at the bottom of a steep hill. On the hill itself were 2 homes, crudely built of logs. In one of the places lived Jim Flood and his wife. Our story continues as Jim says,
I can't tell what to do, Ruth. It's the darndest thing I ever seen. Here I am with a fortune in gold right outside a house, and I can't get it.
Jim, we waited long enough for that Eastern Company to buy out your claim. I don't reckon they ever aims to buy it.
I sort of figured from what the examiners said that it wouldn't be no question but what they'd buy us out. Same as they done with all the other good claims.
I'd say we'd better sell your land to Harv Riggs and get what we can out in it.
Come out back and take a look at the claim, Ruth.
I've seen it 100 times.
But maybe we can figure out some way to get the ore out. Come on.
I get so tired climbing this hill. I don't know whatever possessed us to build our house here.
Good timber, a swift stream, and being near my claim, that's what it was. Here, let me help you, Ruth. You'll like to turn your ankle on this loose rock.
I'll get along better alone. What's Harv Riggs' last offer?
Just $150.
Including the house?
The whole works. House, land, and gold claim.
Ain't much.
Ain't nothing at all to what the claim is worth. The worst of it is these rocks are so doggone loose. I send them sliding down on Riggs' place every time I stick a spade into the ground.
And you can't get the pay dirt without spading.
No.
What's that paper Riggs has got from the law?
Something called an injunction.
What's it do?
Just about ruins me, that's what. It keeps me from doing any digging here. Every time I dig, I send a shale down on Riggs' property. So he got this paper. Next time I dig, I go to jail.
Here's Riggs coming up the hill now.
Ornery rat.
Hey, Floyd.
Hello, Riggs.
I just stepped outside your house by the rocks that slid past my place.
Yeah?
Thought over my proposition.
To buy your place?
Buy mine or sell me yours.
Ain't no ways an even proposition. You offer $150 for mine and ask $1,000 for yours.
That's the deal.
And mine has gold on.
Well, can't get at that gold, though, can you?
Thanks to you and your doggone legal papers, I can't.
Jim, why can't you build a fence and keep the rock from sliding down?
Sorry, ma'am, that won't do. You could build a dozen fences and it wouldn't do.
It'll stop the sliding rock.
Yeah, if only that paper don't make no mention of fences. It just says that you can't dig and that's all there is to it.
Why, you ornery polecat. You're just trying to force me to accept your proposition.
That's right.
But look here, Riggs. $150 for my land's nothing at all. Why, them Eastern mining men said it was worth at least $20,000.
They ain't offered you that much, have they?
Well, no.
But they might. It takes time for the mails to get here.
You won't get no such offer. Like as not, that's fool's gold anyhow.
Ain't neither.
Well, buy me out for $1,000. That's a good bargain if your place is worth $20,000.
All right, I will.
$1,000 cash money.
But now, wait, Riggs. You know blame well I ain't no cash.
Cash is what I'm after.
I'd have it blamed soon if I could dig that land.
The paper says you go to jail as soon as you start digging.
Look here, Riggs. I'll make a deal with you.
I'm listening.
I'll pay $2,000.
That sounds good.
But not cash money. I'll give you $2,000 if you let me dig my land to get it.
That ain't no deal. The law says you can't dig.
But I could if you was to let me. I'll sign a paper pledging $2,000 to you, and you have the judge take the paper back, call that injunction paper.
No.
Your place ain't worth $500. What more do you want?
I know a good thing when I see you, Jim. Reckon I'd be a blame fool to let this chance go by. Sooner or later you'll have to sell your land, won't you?
Why?
Sell it or starve. And I don't reckon anyone would buy it with me holding this injunction. You better sell to me while you got the chance. Because maybe when you want to sell, I won't be willing to go as high as $150.
Polecat, that's what you are. You know just enough about the law to use it to your selfish ends.
You're misjudging me, Jim. You're the one that's being selfish. You're like the dog in the manger. You can't use the land yourself, and you won't let no one else use it. Well, I can wait. I reckon you'll sell when you begin to get good and hungry.
Several days went by. Jim Flood, unable to sell to the Eastern Syndicate and unwilling to sell to Riggs, began to feel the pinch of poverty. As our next scene opens, we see him in the Silver Glove Cafe and watch him as he approaches the bartender.
If you just let me have a little more credit, Steve.
I'd like to, Jim, but you already owe a sizable amount here.
But it's grub I want. Victuals ain't liquor. No, don't you see?
Food costs money, Jim. I'm afraid your credit here's come wore out.
You won't give me none, Steve?
Reckon not. You ain't heard from that Eastern company, have you?
No, not yet.
Well, I didn't figure you would. Riggs was talking about the fool's gold you thought was genuine.
Riggs, that ornery.
He says that you never'd hear from that company. He says we'd be foolish to let you have more credit. We never'll get our money.
Riggs is trying to make me sell out to him. That's why he's saying them things.
Well, maybe you better had sell out.
For $150? Oh, Steve, you know what my place is worth.
Well, it ain't worth much if it's got fool's gold on it. Let me tell you something, Jim Flood.
Yeah?
If you don't sell out pretty quick, me and Sam over in the general store is going to have to go to law.
I suppose that's Riggs' suggestion, too.
Well, it's a good one. You owe us both considerable money. It's up to us to get it. We can force you to sell out if we have to.
Pardon me.
Oh, yeah. What'll it be, stranger?
I happen to overhear you two talking.
I reckon we was talking a little too loud.
Who is this man, Riggs?
What do you want to know for?
Who is he?
He lives up on the hill a ways, just below my house.
I've heard something about the situation on that hill. Your name is Flood, isn't it?
That's right. What's your handle, stranger?
Suppose you call me friend.
Friend? Huh. Reckon that's one thing I ain't got right now.
Flood,
If you'll sit over here at the corner table with me, I'll stake you to a meal.
Thanks, stranger. It ain't so much that I'm hungry. It's the missus, my wife. She's home.
When you go home, you'll take food to her, Flood.
I ain't taking charity from no stranger.
You're looking for word from the East, aren't you?
Yeah.
Hey, stranger, you sort of talk like an Easterner. Is that where you're from?
Fix up some food for Flood to take home when he goes. You'll be paid for it.
Are you from the Eastern Mining Syndicate?
Suppose we sit over here at this corner table and talk.
I don't know when food ever tasted better, stranger.
Tell me more about this letter you've been looking for.
Seeing as you ain't from the mining company, I reckon I ain't looking for no letter.
Just what was it to be?
Well, I reckon there ain't no use talking about it now. I sort of hoped I might get an offer for my land. I can't work it on account of its being on a hill. The stone falls down on Riggs' land.
I heard about that. He has an injunction that prevents you from working your land.
Yeah, that's right.
He wants to buy your place from you.
For $150. Huh. That ain't very much, but I expect I'll soon have to sell to him.
Suppose the Eastern Company did buy the land.
Shucks, they'd be able to rake up the cash and pay Riggs what he wants for his place and work the claim.
But you can't pay the cash, huh?
Gosh, no. I can't even raise the price of a square meal no more. How'd I ever get $1,000?
I'd like to see Harv Riggs.
Oh, he'll be coming in here real soon, blowing off his mouth and bragging how he put a slick deal over on me. You just stick around, stranger, and you'll see him.
The Lone Ranger gave food to Jim Flood and loaned him money. Then, covering his disguised face with his mask, he left town and rode to the small, well-concealed camp where Tonto waited for him.
You fine feller? Yes, Tonto. I found Jim Flood in the cafe.
Oh. What him like?
He's all right, Tonto. And he's up against hard luck, mighty hard.
Oh?
I also saw Harv Riggs.
That's good.
He came in before I left.
Him feller you want?
Yes, Tonto. He's the fellow the Pony Rider described to us.
Him feller who shoot Pony Rider?
Tonto, Harv Riggs is our man.
How you prove that?
With the Pony Rider dead, I don't see how we can prove that Harv Riggs is the one who stole the mail. Unless we succeed in the plan I have in mind.
What? That?
The Pony Rider told us Riggs stole one letter from the mailbag.
Then him leave Pony Rider.
He left the rest of the mail as it was, strapped to the back of the rider. It looked like Indians had done the killing. I think the paper Riggs stole was an offer from the East to buy Jim Flood's claim.
What we do?
Unless Flood has that paper, he'll sell out for practically nothing. Then Riggs will sell to the Eastern Corporation. I want to find that paper, Tonto. Must be someplace in Harv Riggs' house. You'll have to go there tonight and search the place.
Me do.
We'll watch. You go in when Riggs leaves. And when we've got the paper, Tonto, we're going to stake a claim of our own. We'll stake it on that same hill, higher up than Jigging Flood's place.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scene, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of our Lone Ranger drama, Jim Flood found himself unable to work his mine or sell it because of the opposition of his neighbor. A letter to Flood from the Eastern Syndicate was stolen by Riggs before it reached its true destination. Riggs had also won an injunction prohibiting Flood working the claim on the grounds that loose rock endangered his property. At this point, the Lone Ranger took a hand in the affair by giving financial help to Jim Flood, the famous masked rider determined to bring Riggs to justice. That night, Tonto entered Riggs' home in search of the missing letter. In the meantime, Riggs had gone to call on Jim Flood. We hear him as he raps on the door of Jim's home.
Evening, Jim. I figured you might want to talk to me tonight.
Oh,
Oh, you. Well, come in, Riggs. Come in. Heard you was having hard luck in town today.
You knew I was going to have hard luck before I went there, Riggs. It's your talk that's had them shut off all my credit everywhere.
Well, you can't blame a man for being a shrewd business dealer, can you, Flood?
I'd almost sooner starve than sell out at your price.
And so would I, Jim. Tell Riggs we ain't going to sell.
No, I can't do it, Ruthie. I reckon we ain't no choice but to sell out to this polecat and try and find new diggings somewhere. When them victuals that man from the east brought us is gone, well, there won't be no more. No money to buy none with.
And no credit. $150 is a lot of cash, Jim.
Don't you take it, Jim. What'll we do when the 150's gone? We won't have nothing then, not even this house and the claim.
I reckon we can find something to do. We'll settle down in the valley.
You won't need to worry, Jim. I'll give you a job working for me. I'll make that part of the deal. I'll pay you $150 cash and give you a job. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it?
I reckon so.
I guess our dreams of being wealthy won't never be more than dreams, Jim. Some people just ain't cut out for well.
That's the way to look at it, Mrs. Flood. Now, here, I got a paper all made out. Bill of sale, it's called.
Let me see it.
All I gotta do is fill in the date. I'll date it for tomorrow. You just sign it, and I'll hand over the money to you.
I sure hate to do this.
After all your hard years of prospecting, Jim, the family strike this gold claim and then have to sell out for $150.
Never mind, Ruth. We never had the gold, so we won't miss it. What about that job, Riggs?
I'll write it right here on this paper for you. I'll even specify just how much I'm to pay you.
Don't be much. I'll vouch for that.
It'll be a living wage. You needn't worry.
Jim, look.
Oh, what's that?
Take it easy.
It's an outlaw, a masked man.
Put down them guns, mister.
I want you to come with me.
What are you coming here for? What do you want? Who are you?
You stay back, Riggs. It's Jim Flood I want.
You can't do this. You can't take me. I ain't got nothing to say.
Hurry, Flood. I'm waiting. Don't try to draw that gun.
Oh, all right, mister.
Showing good sense, Jim, and coming without a struggle.
All right, struggling now.
Riggs, don't let him take Jim. Stop him somehow. Stop him.
I don't know anything I could have done.
He's captured Jim. He's run off with him. Is this more of your ornery scheming?
There they go.
Look, the outlaw's carrying Jim on that white horse. Land sakes, they'll break their necks riding down the hill at that speed.
Ain't no use me going after him.
But you can get to town, can't you? Hurry up and get the sheriff. There ain't no telling what'll happen to
Jim. The Lone Ranger made Jim a captive, and he took him only far enough from his home to explain a daring plan to the miner. He gave Flood careful instructions before releasing him, then rejoined Tonto.
Tonto, did you find the letter Riggs stole?
Tonto, look in house. Not find letter.
He wouldn't destroy the letter, Kimosabe, because he'd want to sell the mine to the company when he gets it from Jim. Must be hidden somewhere in his house.
Tonto, not find.
You searched the house?
Me not have much time. Search only part of house.
He may have the letter in his pocket. We'll go ahead with our plans anyway. I think he'll produce the letter when the time comes.
Not good.
I told Jim Flood just what he's to do, and he's agreed to do it. He's on his way to talk to his wife right now. And in a few minutes, I think we'll see them leaving the house.
Come on, Ruth. We got to get.
Jim, where you been? Oh, I was that much afraid. What did that masked man want for...
Riggs gone?
Yeah, a long time ago, but you... Where you been?
Ain't no time for talking. I can't explain things now. We got to travel downhill fast. Don't ask no questions. Just take things to where and come on.
But why?
Landslide, that's why. I've been hearing rumblings on the hill.
I ain't heard nothing.
Your ears ain't sharp enough then. Now come on, Ruth, and get some things together. It's too risky to stay here tonight.
Jim Flood, have you took leave of your senses?
No, here, take these things.
Where are we going?
We're going to put up for the night at the hotel in town.
You have gone loco. First that masked man runs off with you. Then you come back shouting things about a landslide coming off tonight. And now, without a cent of cash money and no credit, you talk of going to the hotel.
We got some money.
Where did it come from?
It was loaned us. Come on now, let's get going. The sooner we get to town, the better.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were outside Jim's home, waiting in the darkness, until the sound
and his wife. Then the masked man spoke. They're on their way downhill now, Tuttle.
That's good.
I was afraid Jim wouldn't carry out his part of the plans.
Him do it all right.
Yes. Here they come. Get back to the side of the trail. We don't want Mrs. Flood to see us and ask a lot of questions.
Maybe now. I'll start uphill, huh?
No, not just yet. Wait until they pass by.
I still can't see what possesses you to leave the house tonight, Jim Flood.
Ruth, some men can tell by feeling inside them when it's going to rain. Some can tell other things. But me, I can tell as a landslide due before morning, and I ain't going to stay on this hill and get catched in it.
Well, you can tell a blame sight more than I can. That's all I got to say.
Now, Tuttle, you start up the hill. Get everything ready. Now wait till Jim Flood gets to town before I ride in with the exciting news. Everyone will laugh at Flood when he tells them there's a landslide due.
Maybe them laugh too soon.
Yes, they'll be sorry that they laughed.
Where do you feel the landslide? In your bones, Jim? All right, Dad. That's a lot of you. Go on and laugh. Boys, he invites us to laugh. Free of charge.
Didn't have his rheumatic ache when rain is due. He gets a feeling when there'll be a landslide coming on.
Hey, what's that?
What's all that noise? Landslide! Hurry! Get up the ring, please! It's happening!
Huh? Oh, what did I tell you? What sort of trick is this?
Come outside! See for yourself!
He's me. What's the mask for? Who is he?
All right, from his past! Come on, Taylor! We better go and have a look anyhow.
Slide is bad, it might wreck the town. I tell you, boys, it'll ruin the town if it's a bad one. It's the trouble with having a town where this one is.
Wonder why Riggs don't know about it.
He didn't have the feeling of it like I did. You might have warned him, Jim. You laughed like the same all you men did. Give that is.
The masked man was right.
Why'd he go there? Boys, we gotta rescue Harv Riggs. We gotta get to him somehow. Get your horses! Come on, boys!
The men of Silver Gulch learned to their alarm that a landslide had actually started. Jim Flood and his wife were safe, but it was feared that Riggs would be destroyed in his cabin. And so while rock and shale thundered into the valley, men fought their way upward to rescue him.
His door faces the top of the hill, boys. Likely it's been jammed with rocks so you can't get out. Come on, boys. Keep your footing.
Riggs is in his house. Come on and help me.
There's
that masked man. There he is.
We're coming, stranger. We're coming. Is Riggs in there?
Yes, he can't get out. Rocks are piled against the house.
Toss them rocks aside, boys.
Help! Help! Let me out! Let me out of here!
We're here, Riggs. We'll get you out.
Hurry! All the house doors in and get those rocks away from the door.
The drives are stopping up now.
You're going to be all right, Riggs. Keep them rocks aside.
It won't be long now. I guess the worst of the slide's done with. Sounded to me like a blast that started it.
Hurry with those rocks. Get me out, boys. In the name of goodness, hurry. Get me out of here. This is downright curious. These rocks don't look like shale that have been broken off. They look like they've been piled here by someone.
Never mind thinking too much. Get them to the side. Now we can get out.
Oh, thank goodness you come, boys.
Couldn't get through the windows, eh?
No.
I guess the slide is over now anyhow.
But your work, men, has just begun. What's this?
Oh, you anyhow, stranger.
Riggs, you stand right where you are. I imagine when you thought you'd lose your house with a slide, you hid the most valuable of your possessions on your person. I hope so. Don't make a move.
Say, the stranger's holding a gun on Riggs.
What's the big idea, stranger? Listen to me, men. Someone killed the Pony Rider and stole a certain letter from him.
What?
The rider lived just long enough to describe the killer. He knew the letter was addressed to Jim Flood. And the killer he described was Harv Riggs. He lied. He ain't got no proof. The description of the murderer fits you, Riggs. Since I came here, I found out that you'd have reason to want that letter.
I wouldn't. That ain't true.
Keep your hands where they are.
See here, stranger. You can't talk like
Listen to me till I finish. The letter to Jim Flood was one he was expecting from an eastern mining syndicate.
I thought I'd get an offer to buy my place, you see, Jim. Well, Riggs knowed that. He didn't want me to get that offer. He figured to force me to sell out to him, and then he'd sell to the eastern people.
There's nothing but a pack of lies. It ain't true. It can easily be proved. Riggs, if you didn't steal that letter, you wouldn't have it now.
I ain't.
Stand still, Riggs. You're going to be searched.
I won't submit to this. It's an insult. I'll take you to court.
We'll hold court right here.
That whole landslide was staged for your benefit. Rocks were piled against your house so you couldn't get out.
Take your hands off me! You stand still and let me see about that letter. Here's something.
Hold the lantern close.
I don't know nothing about that. I didn't put it there. I don't know how it got in my pocket. Here, Jim, this is yours.
My letter, sakes alive.
How'd you get it, Riggs, if you didn't do what the masked man said? Jim's blood must have stuck it in my pocket.
Boys, this offers me 5,000 cash and half interest in the mine for my claim. I'm going to be rich.
You frame me. Shut up, Riggs. Why should Jim Flood try to frame you by putting that letter in your clothes? That letter makes him a rich man.
Stranger, we sure want to thank you.
Get that masked man. How do you know he ain't the killer? Maybe he's just trying to frame me for what he done. We don't want him, Riggs. We got you.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The phantom figure of the plains takes us back through the years in fancy to the wild and untamed west of old, we thrill to another of his exciting adventures. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! There's a dangerous trail ahead, but we must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the history of the Southwest during the time of the Lone Ranger, there are records of few outlaws as cruel as the Apache Kid. He was raised by white people after the murder of his father. As a result, he had the education of an average white man, though himself a full-blooded Indian. His career of crime began with the killing of the man who had caused his father's death. From that point on, his crimes were countless. More than a score of lawmen sent to capture him were murdered by his blazing guns. He was shrewd, completely savage, and absolutely without fear of the law.
It shows you. And no loans in order to get me. Me, Apache Kid.
At the time our story opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto in a small camp near a spring. They are kneeling beside the unconscious figure of a badly wounded man. The masked man speaks.
There's little hope for him, Tonto.
Not right. Wound plenty bad.
If he'd only regain consciousness long enough to tell us who shot him. And tell us who he is.
Him lawman.
I know that, Kimosabe. The bullet that struck him went right through his deputy sheriff's badge.
We hear long time now. Him not open eyes.
2 days, Tonto.
That right.
He's been unconscious all the time. I don't understand.
What that?
The clothes this man is wearing cost a lot of money. A lot more than the deputy sheriff can afford.
That right.
And he's old. A man his age wearing clothes of this sort and wearing the badge of a deputy sheriff called for some explanation.
Oh.
Listen to him. Isn't there something we can do?
Tonto do all Indian know.
I missed.
Tonto, he's speaking.
I missed my chance.
Take it easy, friend. We're doing the best we can to help you.
You're a friend?
Yes. Who shot you and left you here like this?
I'm Tom Reynolds. Do you know the name?
Tom Reynolds?
You go see Sheriff Burns.
Sheriff Burns of Callaway County?
Right. He'll know. Just tell him Tom Reynolds missed his chance.
Tell me who shot you.
The kid. The Apache Kid. I missed my chance.
Tonto.
Wait.
Gone?
Not right. Now we take 'em home, huh?
Not just yet. I'm going to call on the sheriff. I want to find out about Tom Reynolds. Here, Silver. Wait for me, Kimosabe. Yep. While I'm gone, I'm also going to find out about the Apache Kid. Come on, Silver.
At the county seat, Sheriff Burns had been worried by the absence of his deputy, Tom Reynolds. We see the sheriff in his office speaking about the matter to another deputy.
And you still ain't found no track of Reynolds, huh, Sam?
Nary a sign of him, Sheriff Burns. It beats me how he could just drop clear out of sight like he's done.
He was getting too old to be a deputy. But dad ratted, what's a man in my position to do with a critter like old Tom?
Too bad you ain't more deputies like me.
You? Huh.
I don't
Hold it steady,
What
Sheriff. You two.
What for the last? 2 guns.
A gun to cover each of you.
All right, stranger. Seeing as you aim to stick your neck in a noose by busting in here masked and throwing guns on us, have your say. But consider yourself under arrest.
I'm here, Sheriff Burns, for information.
Well?
Did you have a deputy named Tom Reynolds?
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
You say, did I have a deputy? I still got one named Tom Reynolds. He's out...
Tom Reynolds met the Apache Kid.
What?
The Apache Kid?
That dirty polecat.
Need I tell you any more?
Answer me just one question. Is the Apache Kid alive?
As far as I know, he is.
That means that old Tom ain't.
He lived for several days after the Apache Kid shot him.
Where's he at now?
20 miles from here, in an arroyo. My friend and I stayed with him, but there wasn't a chance for him to pull through.
One more mark again the kid. Sheriff, if ever I get the chance to line my gun sights on that redskin, I swear he won't be standing no trial by law.
Stranger, who are you anyhow?
That's unimportant. The important thing, Sheriff, is to get the Apache Kid.
That's what poor old Tom give up his life doing.
Poor? You mean...
Oh, he had a plenty cash. In fact, he was about the richest man that lived in these parts.
But he was still a deputy, despite his age.
Yeah. You see, 5 years ago, the Apache Kid got old Tom's son.
He did?
Yeah. Then Tom vowed that he'd get the kid and fetch him in alive to stand trial. He didn't want to shoot him. He wanted him alive so as he could let him know that the shooting of Dave Reynolds was what led to his downfall.
Gosh, I'll never forget old Tom vowing over his boy's dead body that he'd get the kid or die a-trying.
Yeah, and the Apache Kid never knowed it was Dave Reynolds that he drilled at the mesa that time. That's the main thing old Tom hoped for.
I'll never forget how he'd practiced the things he wanted to tell the Apache Kid when he finally brought him in. I can see him now, standing right there in that corner, Sheriff. Remember?
Yep.
Telling us how he aimed to say, when you shot my boy, you started me on your trail. And it's that lad's murder that'll put the noose around your neck. Poor old Tom.
Did the Apache Kid know Tom Reynolds was wealthy?
Can't say what he knowed.
Did he know Tom Reynolds was out to avenge his son?
Don't know that. The kid just kills for the sake of killing. If he seen a lawman's badge, he'd shoot and let it go at that.
Did Tom Reynolds have any family?
Nope, he just lived alone. Big house down the road a piece.
All kinds of cash, too.
But doggone who the Sam Hill are you to come in here and get us to talk like this? Sam, you forget he's holding guns on us.
Oh, doggone.
You're under arrest.
Very well, Burns. If you want to put me under arrest, you can do so. But first, you're going to listen to my plan.
I am, huh?
Have you any means of getting the Apache Kid?
Well...
We're always on the lookout for him.
Mister, 'tain't often a man wins my confidence. But there's something about you...
In spite of the mask?
Yes, Dad read it in spite of the mask.
Then listen to my plan.
We'll talk.
In the first place, Tom Reynolds is not dead.
What?
You said that...
Only 4 men know the truth. The Apache Kid left him alive.
Yeah?
Tonto.
Tonto? Who's he?
An Indian friend of mine. Tonto and I know the truth, and now you 2 men. But no one else will know.
I don't savvy.
You will. Listen to what I'm going to suggest.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan while Sheriff Burns and his deputy listened. Then when he'd finished, the masked man mounted Silver and returned to the place where he'd left Tonto.
Tonto! Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy.
You come back plenty fast.
There's a lot to be done, Tonto.
You see, Sheriff?
Yes. I learned a lot about Tom Reynolds and the Apache Kid.
Me look round here.
Yes?
Find trail.
A trail?
Apache Kid trail.
But it's days old now. You think you can follow it?
Maybe. Tonto try.
You can, Tonto. It'll make my plan a lot easier.
Tonto try, follow trail.
We've got to find the Apache Kid. Tom Reynolds was the richest man in the county. When the Apache Kid left him, he was alive. The kid wouldn't know he's dead unless he stayed close to us.
Him not close. Me follow trail long way. Then come back here. Wait for you.
I found out where Tom Reynolds lived, Tonto, and discussed a plan with Sheriff Burns. He's willing to try that plan.
Not good.
I'm going to take the badge off the deputy.
Bullet hole in badge?
Yes, but I can use it just the same.
What you want Tonto do?
First of all, follow that trail and find the Apache Kid.
Then fetch Kid in?
No, he won't come in alive, Tonto. He's got to come in of his own accord, or...
What you say?
Or send for me.
I'm going to take the place of Tom Reynolds. I'm going to live in town, in his house, and wear his clothes, and make myself look as much like him as possible. I'm going to offer a big reward in his name.
Ooh, pay reward.
No one, Kimosabe, because we are the ones who will get the Apache Kid, and we don't accept rewards. Now, the first thing is for you to follow the trail, locate the Apache Kid, and after you've found him, tell him this.
Hey, Sam, I want to speak to you.
Well, what's Franklin in your mind?
What's come over Tom Reynolds since he got back?
What makes you think anything has?
Can't get to see him. Can't talk to him or nothing.
He was shot by the Apache Kid.
No, you don't say.
Yep.
And lived?
His house is occupied, ain't it? Ain't you heard of the reward he's offering?
Reward?
$10,000 for the Apache Kid.
$10,000? Wow. What's that? Reynolds was shot by the Apache Kid. And lived? He's offering $10,000 reward for his capture.
$10,000?
$10,000. Yes, sirree.
Sheriff, is that true? $10,000 for the Apache Kid?
Well, there's a notice of it.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a hammer. I'll nail the notice on the wall.
$10,000.
$10,000?
Tom Reynolds offers $10,000. The Apache Kid shot Reynolds. Reynolds is alive. Offers $10,000. $10,000.
Sheriff Burns and his deputy had followed their instructions, and soon everyone in town was talking excitedly of the reward. While the news was being spread, the Lone Ranger, disguised as Tom Reynolds, stood beside his great horse Silver in the stables behind the large Reynolds home.
I think Tom Reynolds is alive, Silver, old boy. I hope we can carry out the plan, keep him alive, at least in spirit, till we keep his pledge for him. It all depends on Tonto. If he can trail the Apache Kid to his camp and carry out his part of the plan, there may be a chance. I wonder if Tonto will be able to follow that trail. If he's successful, I wonder if the Apache Kid will shoot or give Tonto a chance to talk. And I hope the Apache Kid invites him to sit by his campfire and talk over a plan to pick up some quick and easy money.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man and Tonto found Tom Reynolds dying from bullet wounds. The Lone Ranger reported Reynolds' death to the sheriff and outlined a plan to bring the Apache Kid to justice. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. It is in a forest clearing some distance north of town. With the Apache Kid is his wife, an Indian woman who both hates and fears her husband.
You try escape again.
No.
Me Apache Kid. What I got, I keep. You wife, Apache Kid.
Me not escape. Me stay with you.
That's right. Apache Kid put rope on you and leave you for time. You savvy?
Rope hurt.
Rope not hurt me. You not like me, huh?
I not try to escape. You Apache Kid. You heap strong. You not let wife escape. Me not try.
Apache Kid a rope wife anyway. Apache Kid not take chance.
You bad. You cruel to wife. You...
Stop.
You tie rope.
You say Apache Kid bad Injun. White man say Apache Kid bad Injun. Lawman say Apache Kid bad Injun. Who make me bad?
You not all time bad.
White man law make Apache Kid bad. Man kill my father. Many year go by. Me wait. And then day come, Apache Kid get revenge. That Injun law. White man say that wrong. White man want hang Apache Kid. They not get me.
You hide from white man. You safe.
Apache Kid not afraid. Let white man come. Each time I beat white man. Someday all white man fear Apache Kid. Wait. You hear?
Horse.
Horse, come this way. Quiet.
Campfire, show where you are.
Quiet. Rider come to camp. You see him?
That Injun.
Injun understand, Apache Kid. Maybe not need kill Injun.
Oh.
The answer. Oh!
Me want water. Plenty hard ride from town.
Stay in saddle. Apache Kid, look close.
Sudesi, Umtake Balu.
Mita Calais, Mabo.
You from town?
That right.
Get off horse. We talk.
Me get him off.
You maybe bring news from town.
You Apache Kid?
Yeah.
Me got plenty news.
What news?
You shoot, feller. Leave him live.
What?
Who you?
Quiet.
Feller named Reynolds.
Him live?
That right. Him put up money.
Money?
Him plenty rich. Here.
What is paper?
You read.
Me read.
Me put wood on fire. Make light.
So, plenty money for Apache Kid. Plenty money.
That right.
Reward 10,000.
Maybe get 'em reward.
You?
Put 'em down, gun. You, Injun. Me, Injun. Maybe 2 Injun. Get 'em reward.
Maybe we make plan.
That right.
White man Reynolds with more money than he need. Maybe take some. We make plan.
Tonto played his part exactly as instructed by the Lone Ranger. While the Apache Kid outlined a scheme to get the $10,000 reward money, Tonto's suggestions made the outlaw's plot fall into line with the masked man's plan. But the Apache Kid did not realize that he was being tricked.
Make sure Reynolds bring money for reward.
Tonto, try.
Me wait in cabin. Now you go.
Here, feller.
Not that horse.
White feller. My horse.
You take pack mule.
Oh, what matter horse?
Horse stay here. Then you come back sure.
Oh, me want
you
horse.
You get white horse back if you play fair. Apache Kid keep white horse for time. You take mule. Ride bareback.
Tonto bring white man to cabin.
Good. I wait there for you. With plenty trick like fox.
Get him up.
Maybe Apache Kid give back white horse, maybe not.
You steal Injun horse.
Horse fast. Maybe hard to follow. Mule slow. Apache Kid follow easy.
What you do?
Now put rope on you. Make sure you hear when I come back.
No, please. No rope.
More rope. Make sure wife not run from Apache Kid.
Someday you not come back. Then what happened?
Me not care what happened to you if Apache Kid not come back.
You cruel.
You run away. You tell lawman too much. Apache Kid get captured. Me not take chance. Savvy?
Oh, rope tight.
Plenty tight. Keep you in camp. Now Apache Kid follow Tonto.
Tonto suspected that the Apache Kid might trail him to town. Therefore, when he reached the Reynolds house, his behavior was designed to mislead anyone who might be watching him. He dismounted from the outlaw's mule and rapped on the door, confident that the Lone Ranger would carry out the deception.
Who is it? Me, friend. Me want talk.
1 minute. What do you want here at this time of night?
Me fetch news.
All right. Step inside.
There, Tonto. The Apache Kid has followed you. He heard just what he'd expect to hear if I were really Tom Reynolds.
Him got white feller.
What?
Him whole white feller. If Tonto double cross.
But the main thing, Tonto, is he setting a trap?
That right.
Good. Was it hard to get him interested?
No, that not hard.
What is his plan?
You go to old cabin.
Where is the old cabin?
3 mile north, near creek.
You can lead me there, can't you? I'm supposed to think you captured the Apache kid. And when I see you have him tied up, give you the money.
Not right.
Very well.
But him got other scheme.
What other scheme has he?
Tonto not know.
Then how do you know he has another scheme?
Sly look on him face.
We'll have to take our chances.
Apache kid plenty smart.
He isn't smart, Tonto.
Not smart?
No man who thinks he can beat the law is smart. No matter what scheme he has in mind, there's one thing in our favor.
What that?
We're on the side of justice. That makes a big difference, Kimosabe. A bigger difference than most people realize. I'll be ready to go with you as soon as I cinch up. Will this disguise pass for Tom Reynolds in the dark?
It's all right.
Come on. We'll go to the stable. You don't want to go ahead with this, do you, Tonto?
There's plenty danger.
We can't back out because of that.
Maybe you get lawman.
No. That'd be a gunfight. Even if the Apache kid was shot by the lawman, other men would fall as well.
But that
and
not
besides,
matter.
Tonto, we're carrying out the pledge Tom Reynolds made to his son. We want to get the Apache kid alive. He must be made to stand trial, to see and hear the white man's law.
In a few moments, Silver was saddled, and the Lone Ranger, still disguised as Tom Reynolds, guided his horse down the trail that led through the woods. Tonto, mounted on the mule, rode beside him. Tonto remained silent throughout the trip. He feared that his friend was facing what was perhaps the greatest danger of his career. The Apache kid was both cruel and cunning, and his capture could be accomplished only by taking desperate chances.
Cabin plenty close now.
Yes, and the Apache kid will surely be there, won't he?
Maybe him in wood near here. Maybe him shoot from ambush.
He won't do that, Kimosabe.
All him want is money.
Yes, but he isn't sure yet I brought any money with me. He'll not shoot me unless he knows for certain that I have the cash.
You not got cash?
No, Tonto. Have you told me everything he wants you to do?
Me tell all.
Very well then, Tonto. He's going to be inside the cabin and appear to have ropes around his arms.
That's right.
But really, he'll not be tied.
No.
Then carry out your part of the plan just as he told you.
Here, cabin.
He's lighted a candle. Oh, boy. Hold that fellow.
Oh, my fellow. Oh.
Now I'll talk as if I were Reynolds.
Indian, if you really have that man roped and ready for delivery to the law, you'll get the reward just as I promised you.
That's good.
We'll go inside and find out. So, we meet again.
And you, Apache kid.
Alive and well. You've kept your word all right, Indian.
Me get revenge.
You'll not have a chance.
What happened for Apache kid hang?
The Apache kid. You know why I want you alive?
Me not care.
Years ago, you shot a man named Dave Reynolds. That time his father promised to get you or die trying. I don't want to shoot you. I want to see you stand trial for murder.
You bring money for Injun that caught me, huh?
I didn't say I'd brought the money with me.
Have you?
That needn't concern you. The reward can wait. First of all, I want to make sure you haven't any weapons concealed.
What good weapon? Arms tight.
Appearances are sometimes deceiving.
You see empty holsters.
Yes.
That Injun has my guns.
Where are they?
There. Gun on shelf.
Very well.
Didn't he bring cash? Him not tell Tonto.
No, I didn't bring the cash. No reward is going to be paid for you, Apache kid. Because this Indian friend of mine doesn't take rewards.
What? Friend of yours?
Go ahead. Move toward the table near the door. You're welcome to stand against it.
What this mean?
Maybe correct. It's all right, Kimosabe. When I saw the dust disturbed on the table near the door, I knew his scheme.
Why, you
have the full use of your hands behind your back. Go ahead and reach beneath the tabletop.
You double-cross! Me not tell him.
Tonto didn't know what your scheme was. You can't find the gun you hid there, can you? Here it is.
I show you.
Good. Come on and rush me again.
I get you.
And here's another in the same place.
How you?
Hold him up, Tonto. I want him to examine that shield.
Me not caught yet. Me show
reach
you.
on that ledge beneath the tabletop.
Me get you.
Or would you rather have me reach for you? I'll get the thing that's there in place of your concealed gun. There it is. Do you recognize that deputy badge? It's the one Tom Reynolds wore when you shot him. There's the hole your bullet drilled in it.
Me not hung yet. You not got proof.
Tom Reynolds has joined his son. You'll go on trial for both those murders, and others as well charged against you.
That's wrong. Law not got proof.
Time, Tonto. Replace those bonds with ropes that'll hold him.
Tonto, tie him.
As for proof.
Tonto, get proof.
Where, Kimosabe?
Him wife hate him. Him leave her tied.
Tied?
Her want escape.
Is she in his camp now?
Her there's white feller.
Your horse? And his wife will testify against him?
She do anything to keep him from her.
And make those ropes tight. We'll get his wife and your horse later. Meanwhile, I'll go and get Sheriff Burns. He'll be glad to know that Tom Reynolds' pledge to his son has been kept.
Cut down those great legs of yours, Silver. Norman and Osage have given up hope of trapping the outlaw. It's up to us now. Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. People of 7 states thrilled to the daring action of a phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. No one ever knew where he came from nor where he went. when he completed his heroic deeds. But even today the cowboys gather around the campfire and tell stories of this famous masked man, of his heavy 6 guns with their bullets of silver, of his great white horse, the fastest the West has ever known.
Hail, Silver!
Here he comes riding like the wind, blazing new trails in the West of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We have a big job ahead of us! We must hurry, old boy! Hail, Silver! Away!
Jim Murdock was a wealthy man. He drew huge profits from the gold mine he owned, and out of those profits, he had built a large home standing on the edge of Grant's Canyon. As tonight's story opens, we see him with a visitor, Barney Holden, the man to whom Murdock owed his present position. Holden has brought news from town.
So that's what Abe Jenkins planned to do with you, Murdock.
Come here demanding that I help him out, huh?
Yeah. He claims that you and him owned the mine between you. Then you suggested that you split it, and each you take a section for your own and work it independent.
That's just what we done.
He's sore because your half panned out first rate while his wasn't worth a hoot.
Well, we both took the same risk, didn't we, Holden?
Sure. As far as he knows.
You don't reckon he suspects the truth, do you?
How could he?
Then why is he talking around town about coming to me for help?
He's desperate. That's why, Murdock.
Yeah?
His wife is sick and his kid's half starved. He figures you could spare some grub and blankets without never missing them. So he's coming here to demand that same.
I see.
He said some pretty hard things about you. The worst of it is, Jim, most everyone in town sides with him.
It'd be tough if he ever did learn the truth about that deal.
I know enough law to know that he could make it downright tough for you.
I wish he'd move out in these parts. I'd pay him to do it.
Well, that'd be smart.
If he wasn't around here, there wouldn't be no chance of his ever learning the truth.
But he won't move away.
Maybe if I offered him some cash.
That'd only make him all the more suspicious. He suspects enough already.
Maybe so.
You offer him cash to move away after refusing him loans, and he'd know there was something funny about that gold mine deal.
It'd be worth a lot to me to have him out of the way.
Would it?
Yes, it... What do you mean?
Just that. Would it be worth a lot to you to get him out of your way?
You talk like you might have ideas.
Maybe I have.
I wouldn't want a murder on my hands.
That wouldn't be necessary, Jim.
It was you that schemed the gold mine deal in the first place.
It made you rich.
Maybe you got another smart idea.
Suppose I sort of outline it and see how you like it.
Yeah. Suppose you do.
While Murdock and Holden made further plans against Abe Jenkins, the man they'd already robbed, Jenkins was making his way to Murdock's home. As he approached the large house at the canyon's edge, he loosened the safety catch on his holster to make sure he could draw in a hurry.
He's there alone. I'll make out all right. Hate to think of robbing a man, but I'd do more than that to see Martha and the kids warm and well fed for once. Hope he's alone in there. Who is it? It's me, Abe Jenkins. Open up, Murdock. I want to talk with you.
Sakes alive, Abe. What brings you out on this sort of night? Step inside.
I aim to...
Sit down by the fire and warm up. You must have had a hard trip from the valley.
Not as hard as going back will be.
How's that? It's downhill going back, ain't it?
Yep. Only I'll have a lot of things to carry when I go back. Murdock, I'm here for some cash money, some grub, and some blankets.
Yeah?
Yes, and I'm going to get them.
Here, put down that shooting iron. What ails you?
Maybe you never faced a man that was driven to thieving by the sight of his wife and kids being cold and sick and hungry. Well, you're facing one right now.
You don't mean your folks?
Yes.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought I was fooling when I asked you to lend me some cash a while back.
Well, I ain't in the habit of lending money. But if it's grub and blankets you want, sakes alive, Abe, you're welcome to 'em. All you can carry. All a mule can carry.
A mule wouldn't eat the grub my kids have had to eat for the past week.
I'm downright sorry things are so tough.
Maybe you know why they're tough.
What do you mean?
You pulled a slick trick on me when you talked me into splitting the gold mine. That gave you all the land that was worth anything.
Now, Abe, you know that ain't a fair charge. I took the same chance you did. I didn't think your half would peter out.
No?
Of course I didn't. No more than I thought my half would turn out rich.
I can't prove nothing, so I'll shut up about the mistake I made. But I'm getting food and blankets.
Why, sure. Come on, Abe. We'll fix up a big bundle for you to take along with you.
I don't know what to make of you, Murdock.
Why?
You're acting a darn sight different about this than I thought you would.
I ain't as bad as you tried to tell everyone I was, Abe.
How'd you know what I've been telling folks?
I hear things.
Maybe you heard me telling it around that I hope someday to prove that you knew half of the mine was no good.
No, I ain't heard nothing like that. There ain't no truth in it.
Maybe not. But what about that stuff?
Come on with me and you'll get it. Gosh, Jenkins, I'm glad to help you and your folks out.
Murdock gave Jenkins the blankets and food he asked for, and he helped him to load them on a mule. Then, shortly after Jenkins had returned home with the provisions, Barney Holden hurried into the cafe in town with a startling announcement that he had found evidence of an attack upon Murdock. The sheriff demanded further information.
How'd you know there'd been foul play at Jim Murdock's place, Barney?
I went there just to spend the evening with my friend Jim, and the house showed signs of a terrible fight.
Gosh, where's Murdock?
That's just it. The door was open wide with the wind howling through the house, and there was furniture upset and things busted and no sign of Jim Murdock around anywhere.
Who went there?
How'd I know? I spent some time looking around the house, and when I seen what must have happened to Murdock, I hustled back here to tell you.
What must have happened to him?
Murdered.
Did you find him?
No, but you know where his house is.
Right at the edge of the ravine.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
There's a window looking out in the ravine, and that window was smashed.
Gosh.
Looked like someone had gone through it.
Then we'd be likely to find Jim at the bottom of the ravine.
Well, that's what I'm afeard of, Sheriff.
Sakes alive.
Looked to me like a robbery.
Robbery and murder.
Who could have done it?
I got a blame good idea.
Who? Just name the man that killed my friend and let me at him.
Wait. Hey, Sam.
Come in, Sheriff.
Sam, you was telling me about Abe Jenkins early this evening.
Yeah?
What was he saying?
I remember him being mad about something.
Quiet, Barney. Go on, Sam.
Well, as I recollect, Abe Jenkins was vowing he'd make Jim Murdock hand out the things he was needing.
Just so.
Abe Jenkins, huh? Why didn't I think of him? He's been sore at Jim Murdock for a long time.
Yeah, plenty sore.
Good gosh, Abe wouldn't go that far, would he?
Why wouldn't he?
Ain't no telling how far a man would go when his wife and kids are cold and hungry.
But Abe didn't look to me like a man that'd do murder.
He was mad enough, wasn't he, Sam?
Seemed like he was.
Then he's the one to question.
Yeah. We'll look at the bottom of the ravine in the morning. We may as well call on Abe right now and see what he's got to say for himself.
If he's killed Jim Murdock, then I want the personal job of dealing with him.
If he's done a murder, we'll see that the law deals with him.
Well, I'm betting Jenkins is plumb innocent.
That's the trouble. The jury will hear of all his hard luck and let him off scot-free.
Oh, no, they won't, Barney. It's one of two things. Abe done it or he didn't. If he didn't do it, he won't get arrested. If he did, he'll hang. No two ways about that. Come on, we'll go and call on him.
All right, come on.
Tonto, you heard all that? You remember what we heard about the way Jim Murdock swindled Abe Jenkins? We came here to see if we couldn't get a square deal for the poor fellow.
That's right.
Now it seems that he needs friends more than he did before.
Him, good feller.
I don't think he'd do what Barney Holden says.
You know plenty about that feller.
Yes, I do. Come on, Kimasabi. We're going to follow the lawman and hear what Abe Jenkins has to say.
The sheriff and Barney Holden, accompanied by a group of men, went immediately to Jenkins' home to question Abe. The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed them without being observed. And when the party arrived at the house, the masked man and his companion were in a position to overhear what was said.
We'll stay by this window, Tonto. We can hear what's said inside the place.
That's right.
A rap again, Sheriff. They must be to home.
Hey, ain't that one of Murdock's mules tied there?
Looks like it.
Who is it?
The law. Open up, Jenkins.
Sakes alive, Sheriff. What's the trouble?
Want to ask you a few questions.
Not so loud. You'll wake the youngsters.
Been doing some cooking here, ain't you?
We just fed the kids and they went to sleep.
First time in weeks they had blankets enough to keep them warm.
Yeah? Where'd the blankets come from?
Jim Murdock gave them to me.
When?
Why, tonight. I went there and he gave me a pack of food and some blankets and loaned me a little case.
That ain't true.
What?
You know blame well Murdock don't give things away.
I never heard of him giving anything away in my life.
He don't.
But he did so.
You don't think I stole them from him, do you, Sheriff?
Never mind what I think right now. What happened while you were there?
Nothing. Why?
You have a row with him?
No.
Listen to him.
Jenkins, you was telling everybody that you'd get help from Murdock or you'd know the reason why.
He was right glad to help me.
Wait. Let me ask something, Sheriff.
What's all these questions about anyway?
Listen here, Jenkins. What else did Murdock give you?
Well, he let me borrow a mule.
What else?
Nothing else. Look here. Jim Murdock ain't going to you, Sheriff, and said I stole from him, has he?
He ain't come to me, no.
Then what's
Jenkins, did he give you his gold watch?
Gosh, no.
Or that fancy diamond ring he wears?
No.
Then what are they doing there on your fireplace mantel?
Oh, how'd they get there?
Leaping snakes.
Take a look, Sheriff.
I see him.
Them's Jim Murdock's, all right.
I didn't put them there. I don't know how they got there.
Sheriff, what's this mean?
You better come along with me, Abe.
For what? I ain't done nothing.
Take him into custody, boys.
No, you can't. He's told you the truth.
We'll investigate some more in the morning.
Investigate what?
The bottom of Grant's Canyon. That's where we'll likely find the body.
Body?
Oh.
Jim Murdock's body.
Hold on, you don't mean... Sheriff, you ain't saying that...
Take him away, boys. He's to be held on a charge of murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that Murdock and Holden cheated Abe Jenkins out of his share of a gold mine, now owned by Murdock. Jenkins, reduced to poverty, appealed to Murdock for food and blankets. These were given him. But shortly after Jenkins returned home, Holden announced in town that he had found evidence pointing to the murder of Murdock. Jenkins was arrested, but the Lone Ranger believed in his innocence. That same night, he and Tonto rode to the bed of Grant's Canyon. We hear them as they halt at the spot where, according to Holden's story, Murdock's body should be found.
Oh, that's in the roll, boy. This place?
Yes. But it's mighty dark here, Kimosabe. Too dark to see very much. We'll have to do our best.
You got ID?
I don't think Abe Jenkins is guilty of the thing he's charged with.
You know Barney Holden.
I know enough about him to suspect that he might have framed Abe Jenkins.
That's right. Me take a look on ground.
If Abe told the truth, then Holden put that watch and ring in his house just to make it appear that he'd killed Murdock. I'll dismount and help you look around down here, Tonto. If anyone has fallen from the ledge above, we might find him before the sheriff.
Not plenty long fall.
It's quite possible he'd have fallen into the water.
That's right.
The beach along here is mighty narrow.
Him fall in water, we not find him.
Stream is pretty swift. It might carry him down quite a distance. In that case, the lawman might convict Abe Jenkins without finding the body because of the difficulty of searching for it. They wouldn't need it to prove there's been a murder.
Not right. Wait.
What is it, Tonto?
Me hear splashing water.
If there were only more light down here, we could search better.
Huh?
I heard it that time, Tonto.
Huh? Something fall in water.
There's only one place it could fall from. That's up on top of the ledge.
Not right.
And if Jim Murdock is dead, there wouldn't be anyone up there.
Maybe him not dead.
In any case, we're going up above and find out.
Plenty long way round.
We can make it before daybreak.
Yep. Come on, Tonto. Me ready. Come on, Silver.
The masked man and Tonto could not find Murdock's body. Instead, they were disturbed by loose stones falling from the direction of Murdock's home above at the top of the canyon. And they made their way to the house to investigate. The scene changes now to the trail from town. It is the following morning, and the sheriff, accompanied by several deputies and Barney Holden, is riding toward Murdock's place at Grant's Canyon.
Door's open just like you said, Barney.
Sure it is. I wouldn't have no reason to tell what wasn't true, would I?
We didn't find no sign of Murdock at the bottom of the ravine.
That don't prove nothing.
Well, the water could have carried him away.
Sure it could.
Oh, there.
Should we go right in and search the place, Sheriff?
What do you think we come here for? To sit on the steps?
I was only asking. Why, thunder, it looks like a clean-cut case against Abe Jenkins.
The watch and ring showed he wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah. I reckon he figured we'd believe his story about Jim Murdock giving him food and blankets. But it's too much to think that Murdock would give him the watch and ring.
Yes, so.
I'm sorry for Abe. He ain't a killer at heart. He just was drove to it by poverty.
Don't matter what drove him to it.
Maybe a jury will let him get away with murder.
I most wish they would.
Yeah. Of course, it'll look awful bad for the sheriff's record. Other counties that speak of this one as a place where they let men get away with murder.
He won't get away with it.
I don't blame you, Sheriff. You got your reputation to look out for.
Gosh, sure enough been a scrap in this house, ain't they, though?
Sure has.
There's the window at the rear. You see where I figured he went through?
What's beyond the window?
A ravine.
The house right on the edge of the ravine?
Well, no, there's 5 feet of ground there, but that's all.
Maybe Murdock didn't go over the edge.
Oh, he went over all right enough.
How do you know that?
I looked out the window last night when I was here. Held a lamp up so as I could see out. I could see where the ground had been disturbed from him sliding over the edge.
We'd have a look outside.
Yeah, we can go right through.
Hey, what's this?
What you got there, Sam?
Looks to be a letter of some sort.
Let me see it.
It was thrown in the fireplace to burn. But it looks like the wind come and blowed it out. You can see where it's charred.
Yeah.
What's it say?
Well, now this is downright interesting.
What is it, Sheriff?
Don't you know, Barney?
No, can't say as I do.
I'll just hang on to this for a time.
Yeah, but let me see it.
Nope. Come on. We'll get out that busted window and have a look at the ledge outside. Hey!
What's the matter?
There's Jim Murdock on the ground.
What? Let me see.
Sure enough, there he is, lying face down on the ground there.
Now, come on through this window. Maybe he ain't dead yet.
I don't see how he...
What's the matter, Barney? I thought you told me he wasn't here last night.
I didn't see him.
Sam, you take care of Murdock. The rest of you stay here.
All right.
Barney, you was here after Jenkins left, wasn't you?
Yes, that is,
According to your own story, you was.
I reckon so.
Well, you're the one said the house was all tore up like this.
Now, it seemed to me, Barney, that if you didn't see Murdock there, when you come here after Abe had left, it couldn't have been Abe that put him there.
How is he? Is he hurt bad?
No, wait a minute, Barney. You stay right here. Sam's looking over him. What'd you find, Sam?
Ain't nothing can be done for him now.
Gone?
Yep, he's done for.
Then Abe Jenkins done it.
I wouldn't be so fast as to say that, Barney.
But he must have. I reckon when I looked out the window last night, I must have been so excited that, well, I didn't see him. It was dark, you know.
Yeah, but you said you had a lamp.
Well, maybe I just missed seeing him. But what's the difference?
A lot of difference, Barney.
Well, I don't see what it is.
If Murdock wasn't here when Abe left, Then it couldn't have been Abe that done the job.
No.
That means it must have been someone else. Now let me have a close look at him. The rest of you stay back there. Sam, you help me.
Yeah, maybe we can find some more clues, Sheriff.
Maybe so. Something to go with that paper from the fireplace.
Hey, Sheriff's got something already.
Reckon I have.
What is it, Sheriff?
Jim Murdock's hands closed tight on something here. I'm trying to get it loose.
What is it?
Now, don't be so fast about it. Let me find out for myself. He's holding on to something mighty tight.
Can you get it?
I'll get it. There. Shucks, ain't nothing but a button.
A button?
Yeah, looks like a button from a vest, a fancy one.
Sure enough. Say, Abe Jenkins don't wear buttons of that sort.
Abe Jenkins ain't even got a fancy vest.
Now, let me see. That might be a mighty important clue.
Eddie.
Hold on, Barney. You're wearing a fancy vest with buttons like this. Stand still there. Let me take a look.
Doggone. There's a button missing from Barney's vest.
That ain't my button, I tell you.
Now, hold steady. Let me compare the two. By thunder, it's identical to the one that's on your vest. And here's threads still clinging to the bottom.
Do they match the threads on the vest?
They sure do.
I can't understand it. I didn't have no scrap of Jim
Shut up
Murdock.
a minute. Let me think.
But I tell you, Sheriff, the frame-up,
Keep an eye on it, boys, till I have another look at this hunk of paper Sam pulled from the fireplace.
We got you covered, Barney. Just don't make no move till the sheriff figures things out.
This here paper, Barney, tells about you owing a sight of money to Jim Murdock.
It ain't so. It ain't the truth.
It's a note promising to pay him $5,000.
I never owed no money like that. How'd I owe him such money? He never loaned money in his life.
Now, if you was here last night and found out Abe Jenkins had been here before you...
Oh, I was here. Listen to me.
Shut up and let the sheriff talk.
You might have found out that Murdock did just what Abe said he done.
You mean Murdock might have really give Abe food and blankets?
Sure he might have. Then Barney sees a chance to get rid of Murdock. Throw the blame on Abe and burn this note so as he wouldn't have to pay it.
Listen to me. I tell you, that ain't so. There ain't a word of truth in it. That note's a forgery. Let me see the name signed to it.
This your writing?
No, 'tain't. I never wrote that.
I reckon a jury will have to decide that, Barney. This note shows the motive for you wanting to kill Jim Murdock.
But I didn't, I tell you.
And him having tore a button from your vest, maybe as you was trying to push him through the window, eh?
I didn't. I've been framed, I tell you, framed. I didn't do it. Me and Jim Murdock was the best of friends.
Well, there's Murdock. Here's this note. Here's the button, and there's your vest. Looks to me like we got more of a case again you than again Abe Jenkins.
He ain't. Didn't he have the watch and ring? Didn't he have other things?
According to your own story, Barney, you was here after Abe Jenkins left. You could easily have stole the watch and ring and put him in his house.
When could I have done it?
After you got in there with me last night. Reckon we'll take you to the calaboose. We'll jail both you and Jenkins till we find out a few more facts.
Just 1 minute.
Hey, the masked man.
I have something to say. Don't any of you make a move.
Oh, look at them 2 guns, and there's an engine with him.
Where'd you come from? Maybe them two killed Jim Murdock.
Maybe they didn't. Go on, stranger. Speak up. I've been waiting for you.
Barney, there's just one man who can prove you are not guilty of murder.
Who's that?
I'm that man.
You?
I'll do it on one condition.
Oh, name it. Just name it, that's all.
That you tell the truth and the whole truth.
About what? Who are you, anyway?
That's not important.
You better do what he says, Barney, or you'll swing as sure as shooting.
Tell the truth about last night.
What do you mean?
You and Murdock planned to frame Abe Jenkins for a murder, didn't you? Murdock didn't want Abe Jenkins to learn the truth about the gold mine. So the two of you plotted to get him out of the way.
Yeah, but
Isn't that the truth?
I didn't have no part in it. It was all Murdock scheming.
You mean Murdock's scheme to disappear and let you tell the story about Abe fighting with him so's Abe would hang and be put out of the way?
That's right. All I was to do was to tell you about the fight here.
And to take the watch and ring and put them in the Jenkins home.
Yes, but I didn't have no part in the murder.
And why did Murdock want Jenkins out of the way?
He was afeard that someday Jenkins might learn that I'd made a survey of the gold mine and told Murdock that half was no good.
And it was on the strength of that Murdock split the claim and gave Abe the worthless part?
Yes, that's the honest truth. Now you gotta keep your word. You gotta prove that I ain't guilty of a murder.
Me get feller up now. You stand up.
Murdock ain't dead?
No.
He's roped and gagged. I didn't see that before.
It was done in such a way you couldn't see it, Barney.
But the sheriff. Sheriff, you knowed he weren't dead. So the deputies, they seen him close.
Sure, we knowed it. That masked man come to me last night and told how he'd seen Murdock fixed on the ledge to look like a man fell over into the water down below.
No gang cut loose.
You squealer.
Murdock, I didn't know.
It was your scheme in the first place.
Shut up. Maybe you can save your hides by turning over what rightfully belongs to Abe Jenkins.
You see, Barney, as I told Murdock last night, The stone from the ledge fell down below and brought Tonto and me here. We saw what you were doing and told the sheriff everything.
Yeah. And then during the ride here, I got a button from your vest and put it where it looked like I took it from the dead man's hand.
Framed.
As for that burned paper, the masked man put that in the fire.
Oh, that masked man. He's the one that's done it all.
Yep, he's the one. I reckon, Murdock, the best way to catch a couple of rats to try to frame an innocent man for murder is to pull the same sort of tricks on them.
Oh, don't take us to jail. Listen, I'll give Abe half my claim.
Well, maybe Abe will settle for a half, and maybe you'll take it all. But whatever Abe wants, he's going to get.
We'll take him the news he's waiting to hear. Come on, Silver, old boy. We're riding to meet Tonto at the railroad. The cattlemen are making trouble there, and we're going to see what's going on. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Danger rides the trail once again as the famous Lone Ranger urges his great horse Silver on to new adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come
The central figure in tonight's story is Andy Beechum, a hard-working prospector, typical of the Old West. Andy had searched for gold in desert and mountain, in good times and bad, under burning sun and freezing snow. Because of his courage, he had met the disappointments of the years, continuing his hunt for the precious metal in spite of all obstacles. When he was just about to give up hope of ever finding the yellow gold, he suddenly struck it rich. He uncovered what promised to be a profitable vein of ore, filed his claim, and built a small home on the property. As our story begins, we see Andy and his wife entertaining a guest, Rod Ramsey. The prospector has been telling the story of his good luck, and as we join them, we hear some of the details.
So after years of knocking around, Ramsey, I located this place. It was just what I'd always been hunting for.
They tell me that all this section is hard rock. How about that, Andy?
That's right. Hard rock mining.
That's the tough kind, ain't it?
Yeah. Takes a lot of capital for tools and things. Gotta blast the ore out.
You was lucky to have the capital to work with.
Didn't have.
You didn't?
I don't know what we'd have done, Mr. Ramsey, if it hadn't been for Mark Nelson.
Who?
Mark Nelson. He lives down the valley. He loaned me the cash for the job.
How'd he come to do that?
Well, that's his business.
Oh. Andy, there's two kinds of men you can't trust. Horse traders and money lenders.
What about gamblers?
Mary,
I didn't mean Mr. Ramsey. He's an honest gambler.
Don't mind me, Andy. I quit the gambling game 2 years ago.
You did?
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ramsey. I always said you was far too fine a man to make your living gambling.
I quit for good. But about this money lender, I'm kind of sorry you went to him, Andy.
Shucks, why not? As soon as the claim begins to pay, I'll return the money I borrowed.
I hope you can. I wish I'd knowed you needed cash, but of course I didn't. I didn't have no idea where you and Mary had gone to after you left the flats.
Funny being together again here, ain't it?
It sure is.
What brought you here anyhow, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, to tell the truth, ma'am, I come here to pay a debt.
Is that so?
Well, I didn't think you had any debts.
What, a money debt, Andy.
Oh.
There's a man that once saved my life. I was sitting in a faro game one time, and crooks tried to hoodwink me. We shot it out. Well, this stranger stepped in, took my side in the argument, and got me out in there half alive.
Gosh.
For weeks, him and an Indian friend of his took care of me, and finally got me on my feet again. I promised them, too, I'd never gamble again, and I won't.
What are you figuring to do if you meet them?
Tell them that it's been 2 years since they saved me, and I ain't handled a card since then.
Who are the two men? If they're in these parts, I should know them. There ain't many folks around here I don't know.
The Indian's name is Tonto.
Tonto?
What's the other man's name?
I don't know.
What do he look like?
Can't even tell you that. He has a powerful white horse that he calls Silver, and he wears a mask over his face.
The horse?
No, ma'am. The white man. I heard him spoken of as the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Sakes alive.
We've heard stories about him. I always thought he was sort of a legend.
Yeah, we never figured he was really all that he's cracked up to be.
Andy, let me tell you this. He's real flesh and blood, and no matter what you heard about him in the way of doing great things, it's true.
My sakes alive.
I'd sure like to get a look at that hombre.
Maybe you will.
Do you think he's around here?
That's what I heard. That's why I've come here.
Reckon that's Mike.
Who?
He's working for me. I ain't young enough to do much in the way of drilling and blasting anymore. That you, Mike?
Yeah. Evening, Miss Beechum.
Evening, Mike. How's things look after this day's drilling?
Just about the same. Here's samples of what we got today, boss.
Look like we're getting close to the mother lode?
Nope. Don't look no better than before.
Oh, gosh.
I'm hoping you ain't made a mistake on your sizing up the land, Mr. Beechum.
Well, you're getting paid anyway, ain't you?
Sure. Only it'd be hard for you if you didn't hit the pay dirt soon.
I know.
Well, there's the samples. You don't mind if I go to town, do you?
Why should I mind?
Well, I just mentioned that I was going, that's all.
We should hit the mother lode one of these days, shouldn't we, Mike?
Can't tell. Night.
Night, Mike.
Andy, there's something about Mike I don't like.
I know, Mary. He's a queer sort.
Never since he's been here has he wore a smile. Always that same surly look on his face, like he was doing you a favor to work here.
Well, I expect don't set too well with him, do most of the work, and see me own the mine.
Where'd you get him, Andy?
He just drifted in looking for work after I settled here. I needed a man bad, so I put him on.
Can you trust him?
What do you mean, Rod?
Just that. Wouldn't it be easy for him to be taking gold ore out in the claim and telling you he hadn't got to it yet?
I suppose it would, but, well, I gotta trust him.
Maybe it's from having been a gambler that makes me distrust a lot of men. But I didn't like his eyes. In a game of cards, that man would bear close watching. There ain't but one thing would keep him from ringing in sleeve cards, and that's being afraid of getting caught. Great Scott. Did you hear that?
That voice.
What was it?
Silver. Did you hear it? Called his horse Silver.
You mean?
I mean, that was the Lone Ranger.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady, boy. Tonto, I need your help.
What matter?
I've been following Black Mike.
Huh?
He just left the mine and headed for town.
What him do there?
I don't know. But I do know that he told old Andy Beecham that the mine hadn't started to pay yet.
Him tell that?
Yes.
Not true.
I know it isn't true, Kemosabe, but Andy Beecham doesn't know it.
What we do?
We've got to check on Black Mike and see what connection he has with that moneylender. You go and do that.
Me get horse. Here, white feller.
You'll find Black Mike heading toward town. If you ride fast, you'll get there ahead of him. Then you can watch him.
Tonto do.
I'm going back to Beecham's place. An old acquaintance of ours is there.
Who that?
You remember the reformed gambler?
What him name?
Ramsey.
Oh, him good feller.
He's looking for us, Kemosabe, and I think maybe he'll find us. He's one man we can count on to help smash this moneylender and the crook known as Black Mike.
That's good.
Now then, Kemosabe, on your way.
Get him up, white feller.
Come on, fellow. We're heading the other way.
Mike, the miner employed by Andy Beecham, went to the home of the moneylender, Mark Nelson. He was unconscious of the fact that his movements were observed by Tonto. At Nelson's home, he made his report on the condition of Beecham's claim.
The mother lode is just about in plain sight, Nelson. I had to do some fast work to cover it after the last blast showed it up.
So, my investment won't turn out bad at all, will it?
When do I get paid?
You've been getting paid all along by Beecham, haven't you?
Yeah, but I worked blame hard for that cash. What about my share of your profits?
Plenty of time for that, Mike. Plenty of time. Wait and see how much I profit.
I ought to get a share of the claim.
Maybe you will, Mike. Maybe you will. I'll think it over. You're a good man, a big help to me. Yes, sirree.
What are you going to do now?
Take over the mine.
Huh?
Yep. Now is the time I get paid off.
I don't see how you figure to do it.
That's the difference between us, Mike. That's why I'm a planner and you ain't nothing but a worker.
But all you done was lend him enough cash to work the place for a time.
Sure.
Well, how's that give you the claim?
I got a mortgage on it.
Shucks. All he has to do is pay back what he owes you, and he'll be able to do that easy.
How? Just tell me how.
Why, from his gold.
What gold? He ain't got none yet, has he?
No, but he will have.
I told you to let me know as soon as the mother lode was in sight.
Yeah.
All right. Now we know the mine is good, don't we?
Sure.
Now we know it's worth me buying in for the couple of $100 I let him take.
Gosh, yes.
Very well. If it hadn't have been worthwhile, I'd let him keep it and owe me the money. Collect from him some other way. Now, however, I want that mine.
But I don't see how
the paper he signed promises to pay me my cash on demand.
Yeah?
I'm a lawyer, see? I've got that paper all signed by him in front of reliable witnesses. Tain't my fault if he don't read what he signed. Now, tomorrow, the claim will be mine.
How come?
Because I'm demanding that cash the first thing in the morning.
Wow.
And the agreement calls for the money to be paid in paper currency. Savvy that? He can't rush the work on the mine, get gold and pay me off. Not on your life. It's got to be folding money. I'll give him till midnight tomorrow night to pay it. My agreement says he's to have 12 hours' notice. And that's all he gets. 12 hours.
There ain't a chance to get the gold refined in that time. This ain't nothing to getting all the cash here for you.
I know it. So he can pay.
Then he...
Sure, he turns the mine over to me.
Pretty slick.
I own it, you see. Being as I own it, he can't work it no more.
Hold on, Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Your scheme won't work.
What's the reason it won't?
Rod Ramsey.
Who?
Ramsey. He's a gambler from Beechum's old diggings.
Well, what about him?
He's visited Andy. He's got considerable cash.
What about it?
He might buy up Andy's mortgage from you.
Can't buy what I won't sell, can he?
He might let Andy Beechum borrow the money.
Oh, no. That wouldn't work neither. I'm a lawyer, I tell you. I drawed that agreement up in good shape.
But how'll you get around it if Beechum gets cash from Ramsey and pays you?
Easy. The agreement states that the cash has to be paid with profits from the mine.
Oh.
Savvy?
And he can't do that till he gets profits.
Hardly.
So you got him beat any way he turns.
Just so. Tomorrow, Mike, I'll take over the Beechum claim.
And I got a share of it coming to me?
Wouldn't surprise me none if you had, Mike. You're a good man. A good man for me to have around.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Andy Beechum told his friend Rod Ramsey that he had borrowed money from Mark Nelson to work his claim. Tonto, following Mike, Andy's hired man, learned that he was secretly working for the moneylender. Tonto learned also that Nelson planned to foreclose the mortgage he held on the mine, and that Beechum was almost sure to lose his claim. The Indian reported these facts to the Lone Ranger, and as our second act opens, we see the masked man and his companion riding toward the Beechum home later the same night.
You didn't learn where Nelson kept that paper, did you, Tonto?
No.
That's too bad. I'd like to have a look at it.
Uh-huh.
However, we can be pretty sure the paper's just what Nelson said it was. He's too shrewd to leave a loophole for Beechum.
That's right.
There's one man who might be able to help us, though.
Who's that?
Rod Ramsey. I'm going to see him right now.
Him sleep in Beechum house?
Yes, I think he'll be glad to see us. Why do you laugh?
Him plenty glad to see you. You save him life.
Stop here. Oh, Silver.
Oh, I tell her.
Stay here with the horses, Kemosabe. I'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Me wait.
What the? Quiet, Ramsey.
That voice.
Keep your voice down. There's no need to awaken the Beechums.
Friend, the one man I wanted to speak to. I've kept my word to you.
That means a lot to me, Ramsey. Look, I came here to ask your help.
Whatever it is I can do for you, count on it.
Thanks. I want you to help me save the Beecham's gold mine and put a schemer where he belongs.
Save it? What's the matter with it?
The mother lode is right at the surface now, but Beechum is due to lose his claim tomorrow.
How's that?
Steady, Ramsey.
How can he lose it? It's his, ain't it?
Tonight it's his, but tomorrow Mark Nelson plans to foreclose the mortgage on it.
Why, that...
If Andy Beechum could have a week or so of time, he'd be able to pay off that mortgage. But he won't have.
Just tell me what I can do, that's all.
Keep away from this house tomorrow. Let Nelson do just what he wants. Beechum will have until midnight tomorrow. Before then, you'll do your part.
Rod Ramsey listened to the Lone Ranger and agreed to do as he was directed. He left the home of his friend the next morning without explanation. And we hear Andy and Mary as they try to account for Rod's sudden departure.
I can't figure why he left so sudden, Mary. It's got me beat.
I'm sure I don't know, Andy. We didn't offend him, did we?
Not so I know of.
Maybe that's him come back again. I'll go see.
Howdy.
Oh.
Why, Mr. Nelson.
I'll step right in if you don't mind. Come along, Sheriff Purdy.
Howdy, Beechum.
Hello, Sheriff Purdy. We don't get to see you very frequent.
Reckon not.
I trust everything's all right with you, Sheriff.
So.
I'm here, Beechum, to call your attention to a paper signed by you and witnessed by the sheriff and a deputy.
Oh, that. Sure. I'm hoping to be able to pay you off real soon, Nelson. I figured I'd hit pay dirt long before this, but can't be much longer now.
No, Beechum, you're right. It can't be much longer now. In fact, it can't be later than midnight.
You don't mean tonight?
That's exactly what I mean. You promised to pay my money on demand, Beechum, and so I'm here with Sheriff Purdy as a witness to make that demand.
But gosh, Mr. Nelson, if you just give me a little more time,
I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I'll have to have the cash by midnight or I'll take over the mine. And remember, this house goes with it.
He can't do that, can he, Sheriff?
I'm afraid he can, Beechum.
No, but I'm...
And that ain't all. The paper calls for the cash to be paid from the profits of the mine and handed over in paper currency. Don't forget that.
You mean after all the work here, we gotta lose our gold claim?
You was willing enough to take my terms when you needed cash money. Now live up to them.
Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Suppose I strike the pay dirt today. Then I could fetch the gold to you, couldn't I?
No, sir. The agreement states I'm to be paid in paper currency.
Suppose I can borrow the paper money somewhere?
Won't go. Gotta be profits from your claim. That's what the agreement says.
Then the whole thing was just a scheme to take our claim away from us.
Call it what you remind her. Only pay up before midnight or hand over the deed to the property. I've give notice. That's all I'm required to do, ain't it, Sheriff?
Reckon so, Nelson. But I'd call it a doggone ornery trick.
Tain't for you to call it anything. You just see that the law is enforced. That's all you gotta do. I look for you by midnight, Beechum. You got 12 hours. Come on, Purdy. Good day to you.
Oh, Andy.
Swindled. Bunked clean out of our mind. Oh, Mary, I've been a fool. I've been a doggone trusting fool. I never thought them terms was like that.
I don't see anything you can do, Andy.
There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing. He's got me licked.
Not yet.
Who was that?
There at the window, a masked man.
You're not licked yet.
Huh?
Your friend Rod Ramsey's going to help you.
Where is he? Who are you?
Never mind that. Now just listen to what I tell you to do.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan to old Andy Beechum, and the hopes of the miner rose higher as he listened. He knew what the masked man had done for Ramsey, and he had faith that he too would be helped. It is night, and Rod Ramsey stands before the door of Nelson's house.
Well? Nelson?
Yeah?
I'm here to have a little talk with you.
What about?
I'll step inside if you don't mind.
I do mind.
It's too late. I'm already inside.
What do you want here?
Just came, Nelson, to tell you that you ain't a chance of getting Beecham's mine.
What's that?
You see, before he has to pay the cash to you, you gotta show him the paper he signed. That's the law, ain't it?
I'll show him the paper all right enough.
That paper is Beecham's note, and you gotta return that note when he pays the cash.
Let him show the cash.
He won't need to, because you see, Nelson, You don't have the note.
Who says so?
I'm saying so. What more do you want?
Blast you. You look like you knowed what you were saying.
I should.
You can't know. I put that paper away safe. I'll produce it when the time comes. Don't shake your head that way.
You remember what Mike said?
Huh?
He wanted to share the claim.
Well,
You wouldn't make no promises to him, and he knows you for a double-dealing rat.
You mean...
Mike's looking out for himself, the same as you are. He knows Andy Beecham's an honest hombre. He knows that Beechum is on the level.
If that dirty coyote sold me out...
You don't think I'd come here and bluff you, do you?
I don't know.
How could I benefit by it? You know where you put the paper. You can find out soon enough if I'm bluffing. Go on, Nelson. Call me.
I'll have the law on Mike. If he stole that paper, he'll go to jail for life. I'll soon know.
I'm afraid it isn't there, Nelson.
You stand where you are.
Hold on.
Don't make a move.
Put that gun down, you crazy fool.
Stand still. I ain't taking no chances.
I'm standing still.
You needn't think you're going to try and steal this paper.
You won't find it.
We'll see.
Tain't there, Nelson. Besides, you ain't the nerve to shoot a man anyhow. They'd hang you for it.
Stand still now. Don't you make no fast move. The paper was right here in my desk.
Better make sure it's still there. You can't collect without it.
If it ain't, I'll throw Mike into jail.
What's the matter? Can't you find it?
There it is.
That's a funny one.
Here it is. This is the mortgage and the note and the whole thing.
Better make sure it's the real thing and not a fake.
It's the real and all right enough. There's the names of the sheriff and the deputy all signed to it. Now, what have you got to say?
You better have it with you when Beechum comes, because I understand he's been getting profits from his mine.
I'll have it all right. Now, what the... Who shot that lamp out? Who's here?
Look out, Nelson. You might get hurt.
Someone's in this room.
Out of my way, Nelson.
Who are you? Stop! Stop, thief! Get a light! Where's the match? Here's another lamp.
I got a match here.
Hurry up, someone's here. He shoved me aside.
Now, there's your lamp. Now, stop your yelling like that.
Where is he? Where's he gone? Let me get a shot at him.
Looks like he went out the window the same way he come in.
Them papers is gone. He stole them. My mortgage, my claim on Beecham's mine.
Yeah, they're sure gone completely, Nelson. And look, there's something on the table in place of them.
A bullet? What's this? What's this mean?
A bullet. A silver bullet. So that was it. Oh, golly, that's a good one.
Stop laughing. I'll have the law on him. You're in on it, too.
I really didn't know why I was to show you the poker face and talk like I did, but I see it now. You brought out the paper and the masked man took them.
It was Beechum. It was Beechum that done it. I'll have the law. I'll get the sheriff. I'll jail Beechum for life.
Stop your noise and see who's at the door.
Never mind. Come right in. We want to know what all the yelling is about.
Sheriff Purdy. Arrest Beechum. He stole...
Hold on, Nelson.
Beechum.
What are you saying about Beechum?
He stole the papers. He stole papers from me.
That ain't so.
Oh, when's he supposed to have done that?
Just now. Just a minute ago.
You're loco. Looks like your greed has finally touched you in the head. Andy Beechum has been with me for the past hour. We've been on our way here to see you. According to my figuring, he's still got time to pay you that there cash money.
I don't want it. I won't take it.
Oh, yes, you will. You take it and turn over them papers according to the agreement.
But I
ain't got the papers. They're gone.
Gone?
They were stole.
Well, that puts a new light on things. You can't expect Andy to pay you the cash without you handing over his notes, can you?
He hasn't got the cash for mine profits. I'll take these claims.
Oh, I reckon not. You ain't the only one that knows the law around here, Nelson.
But I tell you the papers were stole.
You got a witness to that? And maybe you're just using that as a stall because you ain't got no papers.
Sure, I got a witness. This man was right here at the time. You seen that man come in and steal the papers?
Sorry, Nelson, but I didn't see a doggone thing.
Why?
That's the truth, Sheriff. I didn't see a thing.
All right. You show the papers, Nelson. You get your cash money. Profit from Beecham's claim in paper currency, just like what the contract calls for.
Me speak?
Oh,
me speak now.
Go ahead.
How long take feller get paper money?
Well, now that I've found the mother lode showing, I ought to have the folding money in a couple of weeks.
Oh, maybe then paper come back.
Looks like you'll get your papers back, Nelson, when it's a mite more convenient for Andy to pay up.
I've been cheated. I've been robbed.
Come on, Andy. There's nothing I can do if Nelson ain't no witnesses.
Gosh.
There. I'm doggone glad it's worked out like this, Andy. That old skinflint got what is coming to him. Mike confessed that he was working for Nelson all along, aiming to cross you up.
Yeah, but Sheriff, this bag I said had cash in it, just between you and me, there ain't no cash, just yet.
Andy, just between you and me, who the Sam Hill cares?
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're heading for the coast. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The western plains and prairies of the United States thrilled to the heroic deeds of an unknown rider, a masked man who rode in the cause of justice. People of 7 states felt the influence of his courageous deeds. Stories have been handed down through the years of his many adventures in the newly established American territory. Even today, the cowboys relate tales of his stirring exploits. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
in the mountains in a few minutes, and we'll meet our good friend Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
When the government opened California to homesteaders, unexpected trouble arose. The Spanish had granted huge tracts of land to their countrymen, and these grants were in direct conflict with the titles of the incoming homesteaders. Now, both factions claimed ownership and were ready to defend their claims with 6 guns and bullets. Tragedy, such as the West had never known before, threatened the peace of 2 nations. At this disturbed period in our nation's history, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto arriving at the top of a hill in the southern Sierra Nevadas.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there, fellow. Oh, my fellow. Oh. And now we see far ahead.
And Tonto, there's someone in trouble.
Oh, wagon. Wheel broke.
And those people are a long ways from the nearest water. Come on, Silver.
Get up, my fellow. Wagon come for me.
Probably some homesteaders. Come on, Silver.
Oh, them going wrong way.
That's so. The wagon's coming from the west, and yet it's the same kind of wagon that all the Easterners use.
We soon find out.
Hi! Stranger!
Hi! Oh, there, Silver.
my fellow.
Stranger, can you help a man in trouble?
Broken wheel, huh?
That ain't the main trouble. I can fix that given time. But we need water.
We have plenty.
I wouldn't ask no man for water this far from a spring, but I got my wife and young'un inside the wagon there. The kid ain't very well.
Take a look at them, Tonto.
Oh, me give him water.
I respect you're an outlaw wearing the mask, but I got precious little worth stealing, so I ain't afeard.
I'm not an outlaw. Why are you heading east?
Huh? What other way should I be heading?
Didn't you come from the east?
Yeah, and I'm getting back there as quick as the good Lord will let me, if I can make it.
Why?
Had a home there. Not much of a place, but better than nothing. Sold it and sold most of what else we had. We staked everything on the stories of California. Land of promise, land of sunshine. A place where a man could settle down and bring up his family. Where a man could live in peace and security.
Didn't you find that to be true?
The government gave me the land. They didn't tell me I'd have to stand up and shoot down a couple dozen men to hold it.
What do you mean?
Just that. What's more, I ain't the only one that's having trouble. I'm going back. But there's a plenty who'll stay and fight it out. If there ain't bloodshed on Ortega's place, my name ain't Jeb Martin.
Jeb, who's the Injun?
He's a friend of mine.
What's the matter, Marthy?
He gave Billy and me a drink of water, and now he's talking to little Billy inside the wagon there. Billy is smiling for the first time in 2 weeks.
Then that Injun is my friend. Stranger, I don't suppose you know what it means to have a sick youngster.
Tonto can do more for him than most doctors.
The drinking water will help him some.
Here, Jeb, don't you want water, too?
Have you got a plenty?
Yes, plenty.
Thank you, mister. Much obliged. I'm afeard Billy wouldn't never stand the trip east. And now that we're marooned here till I get that wagon wheel fixed, there ain't no telling what the hot sun will do to the lad.
Boy, get well heap soon.
What's that?
Are you sure, Tonto?
Tonto no fever. Give him little feller good medicine.
Is he going to be all right?
If Tonto says that, you may be sure it's right.
Water. And my boy's life. Stranger, if there was only some way I could pay you. Well, I got some cash.
I might ask a favor of you, Jeb.
It's done.
Tell me more about the Ortega Ranch.
Well, it seems that a couple of 100,000 acres of land was given Ortega's paw by the Spanish governor. That is before the United States took over the territory.
Yes?
Ortega still holds that land. And if ever there was an ornery coyote, he's it. Got it from his paw and won't give way 1 inch to the folks that been given the same land by our own government.
There have been other situations of that sort.
And they've all ended in fighting?
There have been some troubles, but they've generally been settled to everyone's satisfaction.
But not Ortega.
Gosh, no. There's 20 or 30 wagons pulled up just beyond the river that bounds his ranch on the south.
Wagons belonging to pioneers?
Yeah, with the government's word that they can settle on Ortega's land. They tried every way to make that critter come to terms. But he won't talk any language but the language of the 6-gun and rifle.
What do those people plan to do?
Wait till they get some more folks there, then take the land by force.
Well, we ain't joining them. Even if they did drive Ortega and his men off the land, it wouldn't be permanent.
No, you're quite right.
It'd just be the starting of a war that would last till everyone was wiped out. I'd sooner take the risk of heading back east.
California is one of the grandest parts of the whole world.
But it ain't for us, stranger.
I'm going to see those men who are camped near the Ortega ranch.
You'll see 'em all right enough. Just follow the Mojave River, and you'll see 'em camped to the south of where it bends.
Very well. Yep. You ready, Tonto?
No. Me ready.
Jeb, I'm going to make another request of you.
Yeah?
When your wheel is fixed, go back to California.
Go back?
But strange.
Unless you're a quitter. Of course, there's no room in California for quitters. But I don't think men without courage would have undertaken this trip in the first place.
You mean we should go fight Ortega?
No. Go back and see what happens.
But what's going to happen?
The only law in the region is the law Ortega makes.
The government double-crossed us. They should have sent troops to make sure we got what was promised us.
There are other laws, and those laws will be enforced. However, I've made my second request. Do what you please about granting it.
Hi-yo! Get him up, white fella.
Jeb, who in the name of caution was that man?
I don't know, Martha.
We can't go back there.
Honey, I'm afeard we can't do nothing else.
You're going back?
The masked man gave us water. The Injun helped our son. I told him I'd do whatever he wanted. Martha, as soon as that there wheel is fixed, we're going back.
It was nearly sundown when the Lone Ranger and Tonto came within sight of the Ortega ranch. The homesteaders, denied their rights by Ortega, had made camp near the boundary line. And there the masked man paused to verify the statements of Jeb Martin. Meanwhile, the United States Marshal was in Ortega's ranch house, trying to persuade the stubborn landowner to act fairly.
You can be fair about it, Ortega. You've got over 100,000 acres of land here.
It is mine. All mine. I will not give it up.
But all you're using is about 10,000 acres. The rest just goes to waste.
It is mine to do with as I choose. I will not change my mind.
Now look at it this way. If you persist in keeping these pioneers off the land, you won't gain anything but ill will and hard feelings. All others in your position have been fair about it. The folks from the east that have come here have done a heap of good.
No.
Now let me show you.
What?
Here. Here's a map of this section. And here's the river. You see?
I see. My land begins here. If the river is the south boundary, then it bends to form the boundary on the west.
Yeah. And your land runs all the way back here. Miles of land. All the way to the line markers.
See.
Now, if you'd let those settlers take that land away back here, near the line, you'd make everyone satisfied. And then on our recommendation, the government would be sure you'd keep the rest of the land for your own.
I own all the land. It is mine. I will hold
But
it. I have men. Many men here. Men whose fathers live here on my land before them. Men who fight for me and with me.
Now, we don't want no fighting.
I hold what is mine at all costs.
All the way from the river to the line markers?
That is right. All the way from the river to the line markers.
You make things downright hard for me.
Why should I care?
Because there'll be trouble.
Still, I do not care.
I'm sorry.
Let any man put foot on this side of the river, he shall trespass. To trespass is to face bullets.
Senor. I told you not to disturb me.
Senor, 2 men crossed the river.
What?
It is true. They come this way. One is masked.
Diablo, that I do not allow. I have warned them.
Now, see here. There ain't to be no gunplay.
You have nothing to say.
Look at them, senor. You see them?
I see.
I call the others. Yes?
Call them. We saw these intruders.
I won't let you start fighting.
On my land, you have nothing to say.
Hola. Manuel,
I go to see these masked men.
I'm here to talk to you, Ortega.
You stand where you are.
I'm here to speak with you.
Some of the men. They are ready. At your word, senor, we shoot.
See what the man wants.
Go back or do we fire?
You'll not fire, Ortega. You'll not fire on me because you want to hear what I have to say.
I show you.
We fire?
No, you watch that lawman. I myself, Ortega, will fire.
You'll not aiming to hit me, Ortega. You're simply trying to frighten me away.
That was warning. The next shot will be closer.
You tighten your finger on that trigger for another shot, I'll blast that gun from your hand.
I show you.
I warned you. Steady, boy.
You shoot, Ortega.
I'll do the same for any other man that tried to shoot me.
I will too. Careful. Wait.
He has hurt you, senor.
The bullet did not touch me. Only my gun.
Stranger, never in all my life have I seen a man draw and fire like that.
Aren't you a United States Marshal?
I am.
Then why don't you insist that Ortega make a fair deal with those people beyond the river?
I've tried to.
What is my own I keep? And this land is mine.
Half of it would be 3 times as much as you can ever use, Ortega.
It is none the less mine.
According to the laws under which this state is governed, none of this land is yours. You can, however, retain plenty for your needs by making a fair agreement. You want to own all the land from that river a quarter mile ahead to the line miles north of here.
All land between the river and the line is mine.
Is that the way the land is described in your deed?
It is.
Is that true, Marshal?
If the worst of it is, strangers, things stand right now. The courts are so mixed up they can't decide on deeds and things.
And that's true.
I said it was. But how is it you put on a mask to come here? Afraid Ortega would send men across the river to get you if he seen your face?
I represent the men across the river, but I'm not with them.
Huh?
But if what this man has said about his deed is true...
It is true. What of it?
Ortega, you're to have one chance.
You threaten?
One chance. Will you make an agreement with the pioneers who need land which you will never be able to use?
No. Again, I say no.
Very well. Then stand by the deed you hold. You'll find it of little value to you. Hi-yo,
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man learned from the homesteader Jeb Martin that Ortega, the ranch owner, was refusing to recognize the land grants of the federal government. The settlers from the east, held at bay by the guns of Ortega's men, were camped beside the Mojave River, the southern boundary of Ortega's ranch. The Lone Ranger visited Ortega, made certain that the stories he'd heard were true, then warned the landowner that he would find his title worthless. The following morning, the United States Marshal stopped at the office of the sheriff, not far from the ranch. We hear him as he tells the sheriff, Ben Burton, of his useless attempt to reason with Ortega.
The critter's even more ornery than you said, Burton.
I can get along with almost every man I ever met, but not with Ortega.
I can understand that.
He's like the dog in the manger. There he sits with men starving because there ain't no land to settle on and grow crops, and him with 90,000 acres he don't need.
I wish I could savvy that mask, man.
It's a curious thing. I wish I'd known what he meant by what he said to Ortega.
I wish you'd been there to see him. He rid up with both his 6 guns holstered. And the time it took Ortega to draw the trigger, he snatched a gun and fired. His bullet knocked Ortega's gun 10 feet away.
Gosh.
Never in my life saw anything to equal it.
Say, I wonder.
Huh?
By any chance did he ride a white horse?
Yeah. Called the critter Silver. Why?
I heard of a man like that.
Where? Who is he? Is he an outlaw?
I don't know who he is.
Wanted by the law, though, ain't he?
I don't know as he is.
Then what's he go mask for?
Don't know that either.
Then blast it all, what do you know?
Just one thing, Marshal. If that man's the man I think he is, he meant just what he said.
About what?
About Ortega finding he didn't have as much as he thought he did.
Why, Senora de Law?
Ortega.
See. So, you think there will be the fight?
If there is,
But there will not be.
No?
Those men already, they have gone.
The settlers?
Si, senor. I leave this morning at daybreak.
Where'd they go?
That I do not know. I do not care. They leave with all their wagons and horses.
Gosh, the poor critters. They'll never get back where they come from alive.
And there ain't no other free land inside 100 miles of here.
I know it.
Say, Ortega, what'd you come here for?
To see what you want?
Don't want nothing you got. What's more, I don't even want to see you again.
That goes for me, too, you ornery coyote.
I ride all this way for nothing?
I don't know why you rid this way, but I don't want you.
You sent for me.
Like fun I did.
You do? You send the note. I have it here.
I sent you a note?
See it?
What's it say, Marshal? Must be a mistake.
I never writ this note.
What is it?
Says it. If he wants to make sure he'll keep his land, to report here this morning.
I sent that.
What the sucker?
The masked man.
The Lone Ranger. That's who it is.
Steady.
You needn't hold that gun on us, stranger. We ain't aiming to shoot.
I'd sooner take no chance.
You say you wrote that note?
I did.
Telling Ortega to be here and see me?
Yes. I want Ortega to state before witnesses just what land he claims.
I have already said
Wait.
that.
Sheriff, get more witnesses.
Yeah, all right, stranger. I'll do just that. You wait right here now. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm willing to find out. Hey, Lem, get Jim Frisbee and come in my office.
All right,
You too, Lanny. Sure.
Just what's the big idea, stranger?
There seems to be a lot of argument about what land Ortega owns.
I have proof of what I own.
I know.
I show the deed to any who wishes to see it.
Very well, Ortega. There'll be some men here in just a moment who wish to see the deed.
Ortega showed the deed to his ranch to the witnesses called by the Lone Ranger. It clearly established his claim to all the land between the river and the boundary stakes miles to the north. Then, satisfied that he'd proved his point, Ortega returned to his home. As he rode to his ranch, he passed the deserted camp of the homesteaders. But he did not know that Tonto would lead them back that same night.
It's so doggone dark I can't see a thing.
Not good.
I don't savvy what your scheme is.
Scheme, not mine.
Well, your friend's scheme, then.
You do what Tonto say.
Well...
Start here. Dig in ground.
What should we dig?
Make big hole. And make other hole. Make plenty hole.
Who's this a-coming in a wagon?
Oh, go over there.
That friend.
Has the work started?
I know that voice.
How's your son, Jeb?
Stranger, thanks to you and your partner, the Injun, Billy's most well already.
Good.
I come back like you said.
I know you did.
I was just in time to hear the men talking about how you met up with them in camp and moved them away from where they was.
We haven't much time to talk, Jeb. There's a lot of work to be done between now and daybreak.
Good enough. I'm ready to work.
Big hole here.
The kegs are in the wagon, Tonto.
Not good.
After Ortega stated his claims, I talked with the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
You tell them scheme?
Yes, and they will help us.
Not good.
Now get the other men started digging, and then you and I will place the kegs.
The homesteaders labored with all their energy under the direction of the Lone Ranger. One pit after another was dug, and at daybreak the holes extended from the dry bed of an old stream to a point where they met the river, which formed the boundary line to Ortega's land.
We're almost finished with this part of our work, Tonto. You stay here and take care of things while I ride to see Ortega.
That's right.
And remember, at just the time we decided on, do your part.
Tonto, do.
Hey, stranger.
Yes, Jeb?
The boys are plumb wore out from working so steady. They ain't quitting, though.
They're not quitters.
There's just one thing they crave to know.
Yes?
Just what's all this digging to do with getting the land to settle on?
You'll see. When Tonto gives you the word, come to Ortega's home.
Shooting?
You'll not need to come shooting, Jeb. There'll be no gunplay. Here, Silver. When you come to claim your land and settle down. Hip.
The masked man left the homesteaders and rode beyond the river toward the Ortega ranch house. His approach was noted by 2 mounted men, the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
There he comes, Marshal.
Wonder if his scheme will work.
Well, the least we can do is follow his instructions and find out. There he goes, cutting for the house. Let's get moving now. Get along there. Come on, get up there. Come on, get up.
Oh, boy.
Stand where you are.
Very well, Juan. Call your master, Ortega.
There is no need. I am here.
There's no use trying to persuade you to be fair, Ortega.
What is my own, I keep.
All the land between the river and the marked lines.
See. Now you go from here and stay away.
You're not planning to make a grab for that gun, are you?
No,
Sacre.
Did you hear that explosion?
Earthquake?
No.
Could not be thunder.
It was a blast, Ortega, that will change everything around here. Many years ago, that river flowed through a different bed. The arroyo is quite a ways north of here, not far from the northern boundary of your land.
What of that?
If the river happened to change its course, Ortega, and flow in its original bed, your land would be reduced to less than 1,000 acres.
That could never happen.
Perhaps you're wrong.
No, since my father came here, the river has always been the same.
Nevertheless, the river is your boundary line, your southern and western boundary. And if the river does change its course, all the land south of the old arroyo would no longer belong to you.
Senor.
Not even this house would be yours.
That is
nor your stables or corral or your cultivated fields.
You come here only to talk. I will not listen.
I'm not here to simply talk, Ortega. I'm here to show you your mistake.
There, Ortega!
What do you want here?
Looks like you're going to lose some land, Ortega.
This is all a trick. It is all talk.
If you think it's just talk, ride over and see how the water's going down in the river.
Yeah, we had word that the river's flown through a new course.
An old course, Sheriff. Its original bed.
Yeah, the old arroyo.
I will not believe it.
You'll have to believe when you see for yourself. That blast was arranged by the pioneers who came to settle here.
Sacre.
You cannot do that sort of thing.
The land you own, the land you've declared before witnesses is yours, is bounded by the river and the marked line north of the river. Soon there will be less than 1,000 acres there. The land is poor for crops and worse for grazing. This land is not yours now.
Sheriff Marshal, tell him he's wrong. Tell him
he ain't wrong, Ortega. He's dead right.
What's more, you better vacate this house and get off land that ain't yours.
It is mine. It is
only till the last of the water runs through that riverbed. Then you're moving out, and there ain't a law court in the state of California would give you any claim to this land. Not when they see how your property is described in the deed.
So, I am tricked, huh?
Ortega, you're a selfish, unreasonable man. Of all the people who were here when California became one of the United States, you're the only landowner who hasn't come to terms with the government.
So you're going to pay for it.
Wait, Sheriff. If Ortega wants to keep his house, his stables, and his other buildings, the land he's using for crops and grazing, and all the land he actually needs, perhaps he'd take a new deed in exchange for his old one.
Now, make your choice and make it fast.
I make my choice. I have no choice. I take what you will give me. I must be content.
You'll find, Ortega, that California will be fair with you.
A darn sight more fair than you've been with California.
All right. Those others. Let them have the land I do not use. Only let me keep my house and the land around it.
Now you're talking sense. But dad rat your selfish hide, it took the Lone Ranger to make you talk sense.
One question, Senor de Mask.
Yes?
Tell me, did you know when you planned to change the river that my father did that years ago?
What do you mean?
The land as it now is is what was granted my father. He it was. He changed the river to run far to the south to gain many thousand acres of the land.
Yes, I knew.
Well, doggone it. So you got your land by a swindle in the first place.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in the cattle country. Tonto has signaled us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Nowhere in the written history of the United States will you find the name of the Lone Ranger, most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies of the Old West. No one ever knew where he came from nor where he went. The Lone Ranger was a phantom figure, a masked rider of justice who rode the trails of long ago to right the wrongs of the oppressed. People of 7 states had thrilled to his daring actions. Though the history books have forgotten him, the early pioneers will always remember his courageous spirit, which so typified the nation builders of yesteryear. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. That's it, old fellow. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Donald's waiting for us. Hello, Silver!
The cattlemen of the West banded together to keep the sheep raisers off the rangelands, but found they'd have to fight stiff opposition. Tonight's Lone Ranger adventure concerns as its central figure Amos Franklin, who owned thousands of sheep which grazed on the open range surrounding the town of Mariposa. As our first scene opens, we see Vince Bennett and his friend Scar Gordon, the outlaw, riding through the night toward the direction of Franklin's home.
Think we went far enough with our job, Gordon?
Sure thing. That sheepherder Amos Franklin won't start something now. He never will.
It'll be pretty late when we get to his house. Hope he'll be there.
Where else could he go? You know, Vince, how much he'd be welcome around the town, don't you?
Yeah. There ain't a man in town wouldn't enjoy starting an argument with Franklin.
Well, said argument would lead to bullets.
One less sheep herder to spoil the land for cattle.
Yeah.
Gordon.
Huh?
I've been doing some thinking.
Well?
Who was it that gave you that scar on your face?
What's it to you?
I'm just asking.
Bull McPherson. Why?
Big cattleman, ain't he?
Yeah. The scar ain't all they done to me. Made it so hot for me I don't dare show myself around any man's ranch.
Sizable price on your head.
Well, I'll get along without prodding cattle.
I wonder if your scheme in fixing the Franklin sheep ain't just partly for cash profit and part for revenge on Bull McPherson.
What do you care, Vince? As long as you get paid.
I don't. A man can be curious, though, can he?
If he ain't too much so. It's just as well if a man minds his own affairs.
Sure.
Get up there. Get along, boy.
Hope the cash return from this scheme of yours is as big as you say it's to be.
Listen, Vince, don't you worry about that. If we don't get rich from this job I got planned, my name ain't Scar Gordon.
Maybe your name ain't that.
Huh?
Plenty of men left their real names east of the Mississippi. Oh, there's Franklin's place.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Go there. The scheme is for me to go on ahead, ain't it?
Yes, so. See that you pose as a cattleman and carry it off in good shape. I aim to make old Franklin shell out some of his hidden cash money.
You wait here. Come on, boy. Come on. Get up there. Oh, there. Oh, boy. Likely the old galoot's abed. I'll wake him pronto. Hey there, Franklin. Amos, you there?
Who's there?
Open up. I'm from the South Range with word for you.
Just a minute.
I rid all the way here to pass a warning to you.
Warning? I've had them before.
Yeah, well, get this. Your doggone sheep spoiled the North Range for cattle. What's more, they've been at all the good watering places around here, so a cow can't get a drink no more.
Ain't my fault if cows are so pernickety. They won't drink where the sheep's been.
No?
What's more, I got as much right here as any cowman has, and I aim to stay here.
Amos, this is the last warning. You'll find your herder hog-tied, his dog shot, and no end of sheep on their backs and gullies. I reckon they won't last very long.
Why, you ornery...
That's the last time you get warnings. Next time, it'll be you the boys will come for. That's all I gotta say. Think it over and pull stakes. Just think it over mighty good.
You dog killer! You ornery coyote! Gad-ratted snake, you! Injun, did you hear what that polecat's done?
I don't hear.
Killed my dog. Broke my herder, put no end of sheep on the back so they can't get up on the feet again.
You got plenty good sheep.
Most valuable breeds there is.
Me go. Find herder. Cut rope.
No, Injun. You rid in here, tuck it out from a 2 days' travel. I told you could bed down my place and get a needed rest. Now you do just that. I'll get my boots on, go and untie Sam.
Other rider come.
Maybe the same one coming back again.
This not same horse. This other horse.
No one but an Injun could tell horses' hoofs like that.
Hold on.
Now, who can that be?
Hey, Franklin.
Call your name and state your business, or I close this door and shove a rifle through the window.
Take it easy. I'm here's your friend.
Yeah? Well, I ain't got no friends around here, and I don't look to have none.
Maybe you do for a surprise, then. I don't suppose you heard from any of the cattlemen yet, have you?
Scar Gordon.
The same.
Ain't it sort of risky for you to travel like this with the law hunting you?
I'd advise against owning a gun on me to try and capture me for that reward money.
What do you want here?
Told you that I come as a friend.
Well?
A cowman are making trouble for you. Maybe you don't know it yet.
What's that to do with you?
Ask your herder. He tell you that I found him roped and let him loose.
You did?
Sure.
Where's he now?
Tending his job and watching the sheep. Reckon he'll be able to save considerable of them by setting them back on their feet before it's too late.
You done that?
Sure I did. I ain't as black as them cattlemen has pictured me.
Maybe not.
Fact is, Amos, I'd hanker to give you a hand in fighting them critters.
The cattlemen?
The same.
How?
I got a plenty of men lined up with me. For the most part, they're fellows like me that are hunted by the law.
Yeah?
Catch for a barn, a couple of cows, and things like that. None of them really bad, you savvy.
From what's been said, you're plenty bad.
Well, folks misjudge me, Franklin. Now, if you aim to let them cowmen drive you out of here, all right. It's none of my affair. But if you aim to make a stand, you gotta have some help.
They ain't driving me out.
And you better hire some guns. What about it?
Now, that means a range war, don't it?
Well, it's war or clear out. You can take your choice.
I got as much right here as anyone.
Sure you have.
No matter where I go, it's always the same story.
And you may as well make a stand here and show the cowmen that you aim to keep to your rights.
By hiring your men to fight for me, eh?
Sure.
That takes cash.
Don't tell me that a man that's dealt in the quality stock you have for so many years ain't got cash.
Maybe I have, but I just ain't sure I want to spend it for gunmen. But let's hear your proposition.
Come on in the house,
Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, learned the purpose of Gordon's errand and realized that it might cause a range war. He left the sheep raiser's home at once, heading toward Franklyn's flocks, where a herder kept watch through the lonely hours of the night. There, Tonto dismounted and spoke to the man.
You get tied?
Huh? Yeah, got tied.
You find sheep on back?
Yeah, tried to. They can't get around and look for 'em. Ain't even got my dog left. The ornery snake come and tied me.